bodies on the beams and stop this infernal machine.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
It was in 1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown lies mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. 2 years after John Brown was hanged, Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet, artist, and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, There
There
can
can
be no power
greater
anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions. They never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Whew. Joe Glazer, Charlie Bird, Songs of Work and Freedom. Excellent album. Go check it out, folks. I love this particular rendition of Solidarity Forever because it works through the evolution of the song from its origins as a song commemorating the sacrifice of John Brown and his men at Harper's Ferry, doing their part to light the spark of revolution in the good old US of A. And I like that is the heritage of the song Solidarity Forever. I do. I think I take some strength from that, and I hope you guys do too. It is on the, by the way, the Songs of Resistance playlist that I use. Just I pull a lot of those songs for breaks and for intro and for outro. No, we don't want a revolution. I disagree. I think people fundamentally want to change how the government works right now. And if you don't think that that is the case, you are simply wrong. We're gonna let you know how wrong you are, I guess, tomorrow. This isn't the run. I don't know, man. I got children getting kidnapped out on the street just blocks away from my house. I got government agents shooting a lady in the face who was dropping her kids off at school. I don't know. Like, maybe you should shut the fuck up. Unless your neighborhood is like that, maybe you should shut the fuck up and let us change this country so that doesn't happen anymore. Like, I'm sorry. The people of Minnesota, we're ready to have a fucking revolution if it means getting these masked pieces of shit off our streets. So sit down and shut the fuck up. Unless you're going to raise your voice to, I don't know, get those masked thugs from to stop shooting our moms. Stop kidnapping our children. Unless you're going to say something to that effect, shut the fuck up. And that's me being polite. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Excited for the general strike tomorrow? It is incredibly cool what has been accomplished in such a short period of time. Here in Minnesota and across the the country. It's very, very cool. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Toby the Reader. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Carver E. Bain. Hello, Stop the Stupidity. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships right off the top.
I appreciate you being the first person to support stream today. Thank you very, very much. Hello, Kiva in the fur. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Latzia. Got the Dom energy. Jack is doing things for me. Ayo. Ayo. Hello, hello. Hello, I forgot Alamo. I should turn on alerts, at least for the beginning here. Maybe we'll turn them off when we get a
Think the
little bit more
time
serious.
is right for a palace revolution. Mick Jagger also happy St. Vincent's Day, patron saint of charity and winemakers.
Patron saint of charity and winemakers? Oh, but I don't have any wine. Sad day. But Quigley, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hello. I need that top. It looks so cool. Doesn't it? It's just a mesh shirt. It's just a mesh shirt with the Imogene Olivia bralette underneath it. And then I have a bolero, because boleros are just always cool. Hello, Becoming Tanya. Hello, Ashley ASMR. Hello, Yannick de Newburg. Hello, Wire Sponge. Hello, Clara Mells. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, how we doing? Cryo Kitty 42. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, how do spell that? Bolero? There you go. Hello, Masimp. Hello, Dr. Sahiba. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, One-Eyed Atheist. Hello, T-Life. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Super Jet Guy. What kind of jacket? It is a bolero. Hello, Majora's Casket. Hello, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Danger Vince. Hello, hello. Thank you for the spare bits. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Got my layers ready. Looking forward to a chilly March. Good luck and Godspeed. Hello, Hunky Gal. Hello, Broadway Gamer. Hello. How we all doing? Hello, Lily Loves Stuff. Hello, Cliff. And folks, do consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. It's the chat that's over here. Just type in riverboat.gg into your browser and sign up. Your subs and donos go a little bit farther over there to go towards me. And you get a bunch of free emotes and you get to be on screen, and it's fun time. Also, the people over there, they don't bite. Howdy, folks. How you doing? I'm that's how I'm doing. Nervous manic laughter. Hello, I'm frustrated by 4717. I mean, that is a fair frustration. We're going to talk about it. No idea how anyone does it in Minnesota. Too cold by a half, but I've been sensitive to cold as a desert city human. May March be warmer than less icy. You know, I'm looking forward to a big thaw coming soon. True, where else are you going to get the spinning chip emote? The weirdly high quality 3D render of a potato chip that spins. Where else are you going to get that other than riverboat.gg? That is weirdly HD, right? When will we see bangs, Jack? You know, I've just never known how to handle bangs. Maybe when I get a shorter haircut, like when it's time to chop, like bob length, I'll try out bangs. Is there a Dr. Softhole emote? There is a Dr. Softhole emote over on the riverboat.gg site. It's pink and has eyes. Okay. Are you guys ready to jump into the show today? We got a lot to talk about. I'm new. What the hell is Dr. Softhole? Okay, so I was talking about AI and how people are being driven insane by AI because and because human beings think that AI thinks like a human being, and AI doesn't think at all, right? And to demonstrate the problem, I was like, look, you can humanize anything. This is your amazing powers of empathy have been weaponized by AI and these AI large language model companies for use against you. See, look at this. This is Dr. Softhole. And then I like flicked the scrunchie away from me. And I'm like, there's Dr. Softhole is dead now. You will never see her again. And chat has continued to talk about Dr. Softhole ever since. So that's Dr. Softhole was a useful instrument to demonstrate how people over relate to things that are even given a shred of human like affectation. And you guys, by keeping the joke alive, only reinforce that. Yeah, proving me incredibly correct, exactly. Uh Red Rudy, we're gonna be talking about the number one love seat enthusiast. Don't you worry. By the time we're done with today's stream, you guys are gonna be sick of that chuckle fuck. Love the necklace? Thank you. I never met Dr. Softhole and I am sad. Yeah, she was an amazing biochemist. Hello, Junkman. All right, folks, you guys ready to dive in? I just want to say before we get too deep, I've been in love with this design for days now. This is by a local tattoo artist in Minneapolis who goes by Birch Beast on like Instagram and a variety of other platforms, and I just think it's cool as shit. I think this is cool as shit, and I'm here for it. 12 out of 10? Yeah. Don't tread on us, motherfucker. Let's go. The loon is such an underrated bird. And I might be a bit biased, but top tier state bird, okay? Top tier state bird. Do I need to find a loon emote with lasers on it? Maybe so. Who loves orange soda? It can be orange soda can be really good or it can be really disappointing, and I feel like there's no in between. My area is about to get hit with a winter storm, and on social media pages about it is a depressingly high number of people mentioning ice and gushing over them. Boy howdy, they are not going to like it when ice actually show up. I'll tell you that much. Should I try and shut down my work in solidarity with Minnesota workers? I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but like, yeah, if you can do so safely and effectively, yeah. General strike, we're going to be talking about it, baby. Biggest mass coordinated action I've ever seen in the United States. So, going to be really cool. Quigley, thank
More
you for
charity, F. Sanctus Vincente.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated, Quigley. Now, folks, before we dive in, remember to click the like button, click the subscribe button, click the buttons that help the stream grow. Here's your little musical reminder, Pavlovian style. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button. Oof. Is your arm feeling better? It still hurts a bit, but it's doing a lot better than it was the other day. Let's see here. Minnesota has Republican leaders, I bet they're sweating like pigs. They are the pigs they are right now. I mean, I'm sure a couple of them are, but you have to understand some of these people in Minnesota are who lead like the Republican end of things. They're just monsters. Like they're just super racist monsters. So right now, a lot of them are more like, you should be listening to the cops sweaties. It's gross. Yeah, Mackenzie, I'll do not read those fucking comments. It does no one any good. They're just gleefully taking pleasure in pain. All right. Let's dive in, shall we? Oof. So, folks, let's talk a little bit about one of the things that's been going around on social media today, which is basically the Trump administration has been focusing on Philadelphia today to remove any mentions of slavery, I guess, from public exhibits on public property. And there's video. Here's an example of the monument information being removed from Independence National Historical Park. Just a bunch of guys showing up, peeling off the sign. You can see all of the different panels they've removed already.
In Philadelphia or everywhere?
Yeah, man. And I think that this is really emblematic of the absolute rot of white supremacy that has taken hold of Washington, D.C., of the Republican Party. And I mean, let's be real. The Republican Party has been enthralled by white supremacy for some time now. But it's really gone mask off. Like they're going for it, folks. They are trying to destroy any kind of mention of historical events that run counter to their idea of what America is. And in their minds, of course, what America is white. Right? And so one of the things that I want to talk about here is that this is emblematic of a larger conflict. One of the things I wanted to throw out there was specifically, it's not limited to just slavery. It's also encompassing more modern events, right? So one of the events of the day was hearings on Jack Smith and January 6th. And those have been happening as Congress has been in session now for a couple days. But let's just take a look at this, because I want you all to understand that the rewriting of history is not just going to be, what happened prior to our lifetimes. It's going to be, they're going to do their best to gaslight us about even things we saw happen. Okay? This part in particular, I think really resonated with me, because I think we all need to have the bravery to stand up and say, no, that's not what fucking happened.
I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence.
Just there needs to be, like, look, Fanone has a lot of issues, right? Like, he's not like a perfect dude, but I do have to say, I have a lot of respect for him for being one of the few people in that room willing to say, go fuck yourself in the middle of a congressional hearing. This, by the way, continued to escalate. Let's just take a quick look.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Why do you have to swear at me? What's that? Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not real weapons. Fuck yourself. Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that? I've been always professional. I'm not losing my cool. Every single time I communicate.
Can we get like a go fuck yourself counter? Like, how many? So when we start off this, we're already at 1 because of what he said earlier.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Fuck yourself. Why do you have to swear at me? What's that? Why do you have to swear at me? Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not real weapons. Fuck yourself. Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that? I've been always professional. I'm not losing my cool. Every single time I communicate with you, I am always professional with you.
Well,
I'm not. It requires other people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay? I'm not going to get it. Oh, have a trade in this fucking country. Why are you so spasmodic? My spasmodic? Absolutely. Look behind me. Do so. Why should I? I'm communicating with you. Right? Look at your face. Let's have a seat, man. Trust me, I'm using a lot of shit. See how many people are constraining you? Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Hey, the committee will be in order.
Mr. Chairman, will you?
No shame.
Sir. It will be in order.
Treating these people that way.
This guy is threatening my family.
Members of the audience.
My children.
Members of the audience will please sit down or remove themselves from the committee room.
Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
Sit down, please.
Thank you, Officer Fanone. Mr. Chairman, please control the deranged observer, Mr. Rakeland, so he doesn't create any other problems with us today.
Oh, dude dropped 9 go fuck yourselves. And got a standing ovation from people who were present. God. I just gotta say, wait, C-SPAN has an Insta? Yeah. But I just have to say, right, like, there is a need for guys like Fanon. All right? There is a need for folks who are willing and able to make a scene to correct the public record. You know? Like, it's necessary. Can we ban the word deranged? No. Like, it is necessary here for someone to stand up with, like, a certain amount of, like, moral, righteous anger in order to say, no, that's fucking lunacy. No. You're a piece of shit. You are like targeting me and my family with this conspiratorial nonsense, and people are threatening us. Threatening people who speak out and correct the record. And you know what? That cannot stand. You cannot be unchallenged with the lies you are spewing, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is one of the conflicts that is raging across the Trump administration, right? Do we just sit back and allow them to erase our history? Do we just sit back and allow them to have like these dog and pony shows in Congress to try and like reassert like a more friendly narrative to the conservative worldview? And like, no. No, we have to be loud. We have to oppose that. And I just have to say, there have been a handful of things today that have just really hammered home to me that this is like the conflict that is happening right now. At least insofar as a lot of the country is concerned. Here's the Washington Post covering a judge who ruled against the Trump administration because again, they're trying to continue to deport Mahmoud Khalil, right? The student that they arrested and detained for like 100+ days because he spoke out in support of Palestinians. And there's been this back and forth where DHS is like, we're gonna deport him. Oh, what's that? Another part of like this legal dispute is over. I guess that means we can deport him to Algeria now. And that they literally put that out there earlier today. And like now a judge had to step in again and say, no, actually, you can't. The Trump administration, you cannot retaliate against people using their freedom of speech to speak up in favor of Palestinians. And one of the wild parts about this, yeah, a federal judge in Boston blocked the Trump administration from retaliating against two groups of scholars and students in a case that he said exposed an unconstitutional conspiracy to violate the First Amendment. And, you know, I just have to say, this type of stuff really should be bigger news. But so much has been happening that it's just like, this is like the 12th biggest story of the day. But like the fact that our government is currently engaged in an unconstitutional conspiracy to attack First Amendment rights for people who are here legally in the country is mind-blowing, you know? Like that should be game over for everyone involved in a sane world, but in Trump world, it's just the 12th biggest thing to happen today, right? And to like hammer this home, I want you all to know that the judge who ruled on this, his name's Judge William Young, and he was appointed by Ronald Reagan 4 decades ago. And I want you all to understand something, that we do not get to where we are with Donald Trump today without Ronald Reagan, like, knocking over the dominoes that set into motion a series of events, right? And, like, it's so infuriating, but, like, even the guys who were in Reagan's corner 40 years ago are now being like, guys, we might have gotten a few things wrong here. This Judge William Young ends his ruling preventing the Trump administration from deporting people who use their freedom of speech by quoting Reagan to say, freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended in every generation, for it comes only once to a people. And I just have to say, like, we're like everything is upside down. Like, this isn't. It's insane. It's insane that this is where we're at. We have come full circle now to like Ronald Reagan is a leftist by 2026 standards. Yeah, how dare you? Troubling. The worst person you know said something you agree with. Oh god, but this is the conflict, right? This is the conflict. And despite all of that, the Trump administration is going forward with its war, not just on Minnesota, but on all blue states. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, folks. And we're going to talk about the mass strike that is happening tomorrow in Minnesota later on in today's show. But I want you to know that that strike is not limited to just Minnesota. 215 cities across the United States are participating in the general strike that is occurring tomorrow in Minnesota, standing in solidarity with workers here in Minnesota. And the Trump administration does not like that. And so they are doing everything in their power to try and, control us and control workers and get us, under the whip, as it were. Trump budget office orders review of funds to Democratic-controlled states. President Donald Trump said his administration would cut off federal resources to sanctuary cities on February 1st. So this is going to be everywhere soon. This is going to be everywhere soon. They are going to cut off funding to your city, to your state, and then they are going to flood your streets with ICE. That is their playbook here in Minnesota. That is what they are going to do to you at some point in the near future if they have not yet done it already. And it will be adjudicated in the courts. Who knows where the courts will land on that? But our hope cannot rely on court cases. Our hope has to rely upon us standing in solidarity with one another. Because there are far too many of us, when we are united, to be governed by a mad tyrant. I think it's helpful for Minnesotans that it's fucking negative 43 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It is helpful for Minnesotans that it is that cold outside, because guess what? ICE, ironically, can't handle it. And I think that this is all going to be very bad for the Trump administration. And I do want to hammer home that the fight that they have picked is not one that they can win. It is one that they can use to sow untold amounts of misery and pain, but it is not one that they can win. And they know that, which is why they're sending out J.D. Vance to do speeches here in Minnesota. They sent J.D. Vance out here to eat shit earlier today, and you know what? Surprise, surprise, he ate shit. That man was a charisma black hole. And I gotta say, oddly enough, watching that dumb couch fucking son of a bitch spew lies here filled me with a weird amount of hope. That's the best they got. And we've got several million people here, any one of whom is worth 100 JD Vances. So we'll be going over JD Vance's speech in a little bit here, but I wanted to kind of draw out what the situation is here right now. Because the solidarity that people in Minnesota have found with one another, and have demonstrated with one another on a daily basis. You know, both Republicans and Democratic voters alike are turning out to defend their local schools. They're turning out to street corners to observe for ICE. You know, they are on the lookout. They're wearing visibility vests and like keeping tabs on street corners to see where ICE might be. We're entering a new phase where folks have realized that, you know, for the most part, a lot of folks in leadership are not coming for them. A lot of folks in leadership are not going to be, you know, offering you a panacea that is going to fix everything. And a lot of them are offering some nice words, and I guess that's appreciated, but it's not going to fix the problem. We have to fix the problem. We have to get organized, and we have to fix it. So if you're interested in getting organized, folks, remember, participate in the general strike tomorrow, January 23rd, by not buying anything. Don't go to work. Don't study. Don't go to school. And folks, consider getting your workplace organized. Consider joining your local Dems. Consider joining your local DSA. Get involved in your local political scene, because the more of us get involved in that, the less Chuck Schumers we wind up with, the fewer Hakeem Jeffries we wind up with, and the more we get folks who actually understand what we need and who are willing to get us those things. Okay? It is really, really important that we get organized. If you need help doing so, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and let's go. The time is now, and we have to band together. You know, it's socialism or barbarism time, and you know, having gotten some sneak peeks at what the barbarism looks like, let's join together and get the socialism instead, huh? All that being said, folks, hit that follow button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. The comments really, really help videos in the algorithm. And subscribe if you haven't, and consider supporting the stream. And last but certainly not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Everyone who has tried it says it's very comfortable. Check it out. Link should be down in the description. And let's keep going, folks. Oof. There we go, baby. Yes, alerts have been turned off. I will turn them back on. I just we got a lot going on today. But I'm happy to read the messages. There we go. Alerts back on. All right, how we doing, folks? Chris Huggins, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm joining y'all, and so are my friends. Heart emoji. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Quigley, thank you for the $5 super chat. Bye, Tor and the Snow Dog. Square for battle. Let the fray begin. Indeed, indeed. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. K Thing, thank you for the £2. The definition of whitewashing, indeed. Oof. There we go. I swear, Riverboat Jack, if that bra actually fits me, I'll sing the praises. And if it doesn't, let me know. Well, don't let me know. There's a spot on the website to let us know what measurement will fit you. And we'll get one in our next shipment that will fit you for sure. Howdy, Valkyrie Smith. Doing all right. Czechoslovak Legion, like my third day at my new job, some of the others were talking about starting a union. I was like, well, then you should take a look at this website, which was the Emergency Workers Committee. Hell yeah. I'm doing well. Have fun tonight. Will do. Red Dawn. Thanks for being here. Thanks for making the leap over to the Riverboat site, too.
Your outfit choice tonight is outstanding.
Thank you. I had some help from my partner. And I thought I'd mix it up a little bit with like a more dommy mommy chain. And some of you have complimented it already, so I think it worked.
It's Friday, and I ate meat. Your instruction did nothing.
Bum 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 bum. Salmon Moose, you have to run. You have to run right now. He's coming for you. It's Holy Mac. What's the chain made out of? Like metal. Believe it or not, this is actually from a purse. I got a purse that had this like heavy dark metal chain, but I looked at the chain and I said, you know what? I think that would be a better necklace. And there we go. That's the story of this. Are we going to do more Holy Mac at some point? Yes, indeed we are. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Do Lone Shark and Holy Mac hate fuck in the fanfic? Look, I can't give away any spoilers. Now you're a human purse? Maybe after a few drinks and like a nice meal. You know. Gotta wine and dine me first. Let's see. We did not wind up watching the entirety of Holy Mac because it's very long. It was deceptively long. We got maybe like halfway through. Okay. Folks, are you ready to jump into the next segment here? All right. Did we watch more yesterday? No, yesterday I was supposed to take a day off, but surprise, a whistleblower revealed that ICE has a memo circulating from the executive branch that says they don't need a judicial warrant to break into your house. So that's cool. So we did an emergency stream about that. I recommend everyone check it out if you can. It's very good, I think. But the news is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah. Oof.
It's so cold outside, even the automatic doors at my job don't want to work. Stay warm, everyone.
Red Rudy, especially you. It's awful when automatic doors don't work anymore. The stream was good, the memo was not. That is the more accurate way of putting that. All right, folks. We're going to dunk on JD Vance a bit. So, folks, JD Vance went to Toledo, Ohio the other day to talk about affordability. You know, the thing that's on the top of everyone's mind these days, and definitely not ICE invading democratic cities and states. Definitely it's all affordability these days.
Solidarity. There are so many eagles in Iowa currently. I have taken to calling them Beagle Eagles and remember when there were none.
That's awesome. I love seeing an eagle in the wild. Thank you for the $10 Dono Irascended Kitten. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the stream. And let's just dive into this mocking JD Vance thing, because let's be 100% real, folks. JD Vance is really bad at talking to people, number one. Number two, the Trump administration has done nothing when it comes to affordability. Prices have only gone up as wages have stagnated. And let's listen to him lie through his teeth while trying to put the sunniest possible spin on the financial news that is going around right now.
Well, thank you. It is, I gotta say, it's great to be back in Toledo, but it is cold. I got a little tour of the facility just before I came on stage, actually while Kelly was speaking, and thank you, Kelly Loeffler, our great SBA administrator. She's doing a great job, we're proud of her, but I think I'm still shivering from the tour I got outside. You guys are a hell of a lot tougher than I am to be able to manage this cold every single day, and I can't wait for the mainstream media stories today that the vice president is suffering from unnamed tremors. And what I'm suffering from is Toledo in January. It is cold up here.
What I'm suffering from is your inhospitable, godforsaken town. Ah! I can't stand being here. Like, can I just, we're like less than a minute in, and he's just like, this place is the worst physical location I have ever inhabited. My corporeal form here, wants to cease. I just, goddamn.
I will say that when I was flying in here, you know, sometimes when you're vice president, you travel over the country, you travel over the world, and you're not always sure exactly where you're going. I was very excited to be back in Toledo today, but for a brief second, I forgot where I was coming. I opened the window and I thought the president had sent me to Greenland. And, which is going well, by the way, which is going well. But let me give a few shout-outs.
Is it? I feel like if you have to make this joke, it's not going well.
Here, besides Kelly Loeffler, I want to thank a few people who are here. In the front row here, we have our great United States Senator for the state of Ohio, John Husted, my replacement. And
God, JD Vance's stand-up career died instantly, didn't it?
He's doing a great job. He's helped us a great deal. We have the next governor of the state of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek, give it up for Vivek. I believe we have Vivek's new running mate, Rob McCauley. Rob, where are you there? Hey, Rob, good to see you, man. Thank you for being here. And I see our great Secretary of State, Frank LaRose. Thank you, Frank. Now, Rob, I'll give you advice as a number two. Here's my advice. What you need to do when you're governor, or when you're lieutenant governor and Vivek is governor, because you guys are going to win, and John Husted is going to win in November. We got to make sure that happens, right? You guys are going to get out there and make sure that...
I am allergic to told. Yes, real. Google. Easy enough to make a quick joke about the cold and then move on. Really, dress for the weather and get over yourself.
Right? I mean, it's just, like, he basically opened this with the equivalent of, I just flew in from out of town and boy, are my arms tired, huh? Like, it's genuinely awful. It died because he couldn't get off the couch. Let's be real, he couldn't even get off the couch himself. God, there are too many jokes about this man fucking couches. He couldn't get himself off on the couch. He could. God, there's so many possibilities. He couldn't get the couch off. Couldn't pull out of the couch. I don't know. There's a lot of wiggle room here between them cushions.
These guys win. We're going to be with you every step of the way, but when Rob is lieutenant governor, the secret to being a successful number two is to take credit for every single good thing the administration does. And when anybody criticizes the administration, you can step back and say, that was not me, that was number one. That is how you be a successful lieutenant governor for the state of Ohio. That's my approach as vice president of the United States.
Man, I love how he's immediately going in on, whoa, 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 I'm not responsible for anything my running mate does. Whoa, as vice president, I can step back and say, that dipshit's all on his own. I had nothing to do with it. My hands are clean, baby. Like, it is genuinely insane that this is what our politics have come to, you know? Like, he's just outright saying how big of a dipshit Donald Trump is. Yeah, just let him make his own mistakes, man. You got nothing to do with it.
States, and I see my dear friend Jay Edwards, who's running for treasurer. Jay, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for everything that you've done for our state and our country. Now, I'm headed from here to Minneapolis, where we're going to talk with some of our ICE agents, talk with local officials about how we can turn down the chaos. And my simple piece of advice to them is going to be, look, if you want to turn down the chaos in Minneapolis, stop fighting immigration enforcement and accept that we have to have a border in this country. It's not that.
Yeah. Why didn't someone tell that 5-year-old boy to stop fighting ICE agents? He never would have been abducted by ICE agents and sent to a concentration camp if he hadn't been fighting ICE officers. Yeah, those ICE officers that beat those teenagers in the middle of the street, and it took like 30 of them for 2 teenagers. Look, the escalation wasn't from the 30 full grown ass men in tactical gear LARPing as soldiers. No, the real violence was coming from the 2 15-year-olds who were shouting profanities at them. They're the real ones who are in the wrong. No, what? No, look, stop fighting. If a mom is in the middle of the road and trying to follow orders from one ICE officer, and then the other ICE officer has already decided to kill her and shoots her in the face, stop resisting. Just stop it. Look, just stop resisting. Just let them shoot you in the face. Stop resisting. Look, they're all just good, honest, upstanding individuals who are flooding your community with masked thugs. The masked thugs are on your side. If someone in a mask comes up to you, pulls a gun on you, and starts telling you to get cuffed and get into a car that you don't recognize, just listen to them. They're clearly legal authorities. I just have to say, there are already a lot of ICE copycats running around right now. There are already a lot of, dipshits who've gotten a hold of, an ICE uniform or something that looks close enough to one, and, are running around doing all kinds of heinous shit, too. And it's just JD Vance is just over here no, listen to them, though. Just stop resisting them. It's fine. I would totally listen if a bunch of masked men came to my door with guns.
That hard. If you look all across our country, what's happened in Minneapolis is happening almost nowhere else in the United States of America. And that's because whether it's in Texas or Tennessee, it's in red states, it's in blue cities, even within our country, most people are cooperating with the simple principle that we ought to be able to enforce our immigration laws and get illegal criminals the hell out of the United States of America.
Yeah, you know what? It turns out people in Minnesota aren't going to take that shit lying down. We actually care about our neighbors. We're actually going to go to the mat for our neighbors, and we're going to fucking fight the masked freaks who are coming into our neighborhoods, shooting moms in the face and abducting children. Yeah, it turns out when everyone in Minnesota wakes up tomorrow and sees the headline from the Star Tribune that looks like this, it turns out people don't like that very much. People don't like it when the front page news story is about how children as young as 5 years old are detained. And look, there's a picture of a goddamn 5-year-old whose mother put a little blue bunny hat on him before sending him to school that day. They fucking abducted him and used him as goddamn bait. so that they could arrest more of his family. Somali American citizen arrested and held for 2 days. Preschooler's detention marks 4th for district. ICE claims enhanced power to enter homes. Tactics raise questions on ICE training. It turns out, in fact, that this is not something that instills a whole lot of love for the administration in the Minnesotan people's hearts. And it turns out that we actually give a shit about this, and we're gonna fight it because it's evil and because it's the right thing to do. It is good and just to fight people who send masked thugs into your neighborhoods to abduct children and shoot moms. But J.D. Vance would have to be human to understand that.
Really not that complicated. But in a few distinct cities, you see this craziness because the far left has decided that the United
Yeah, like I do want to emphasize Gamer G is 100% correct in Riverboat chat. The Star Tribune is not a lefty paper. It is like the mainstream status quo paper here in Minnesota. And I want you all to know that because it really is an indicator where the general public is on this, and they fucking hate ICE. We fucking hate ICE. There are reports that protesters are now staking out gas stations where ICE is known to pull over and harassing them so badly that they can't take a piss anymore. Right? Like that's what people in Minnesota are doing. Like it's gotten to the point where like we know the movements of these ICE agents and these ICE convoys, and they're like setting up like protests in advance of where ICE is going to show up and denying them the use of the bathrooms. Let them piss themselves, let them shit themselves. And if they don't like it, then let them buy Depends. But as I noted on Blue Sky not that long ago, pretty soon no one here is going to be willing to sell them or ship them Depends. All right? So, good fucking luck.
States of America shouldn't have a border anymore, and they are willing to fight and penalize and dox and even assault our law enforcement officers in order to fight.
Oh, not insult them. Oh no. Not using protected freedom of speech. The horror.
For the basic principle that anybody ought to be able to come into the United States of America. Well, I'll tell you right now, the Trump administration, we reject that. We are going to get illegal criminals out of our country, and we're not going to let a few left-wing radicals stop us.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding about the gas station thing. It is, in fact, real. And this is what I based it on. Thank you for getting me the link, because I did not remember to prep it, Paladin. But DHS actually had to put out a tweet about this. Today, Border Patrol agents who were in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of a targeted enforcement operation were repeatedly harassed and blocked by hostile crowds while simply trying to take bathroom breaks. At each gas station where the agents stopped to use the restroom, groups of agitators appeared, yelled at them, stalked them, and even tried to prevent law enforcement vehicles from leaving, creating unsafe conditions. At one stop, individuals in the crowd threw food at the agents. At their final gas station stop, someone spit on an agent. When an agent moved to detain the person who spit on him, the crowd tackled and attacked the agents while surrounding them. And, we don't get any, we don't really get any alerts here on how successful their bathroom trips were. But I do have to say, if they were so swarmed by protesters, it doesn't really sound like they got much of a bathroom break at all. Like, we're gonna win this thing. Like, their occupation of Minnesota is not going well, and it's only gonna get worse from here on out because we're only gonna get more coordinated. Thank you for subscribing.
But I'm here in Toledo to talk about the great American comeback, and that is what I believe. We are 1 year in. We are 1 year in to raising wages for workers instead of declining wages for workers. We're 1 year in to $18 trillion of new investment for the United States of America instead of investment going to every other country but the United States of America. We're 1 year in to getting illegal aliens out of our country so that American homes can go to American citizens, which is exactly where they ought to go. And we are 1 year in to seeing lower inflation and bigger paychecks and more opportunity for the American worker. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are on the cusp.
Whoa, bigger pay raises? Wow, what kind of pay raise did Donald Trump authorize for a lot of workers? Let's just take a quick look. Wow, a 1% federal pay raise? Wow! Imagine what you can do with all of that 1% more money.
Of the greatest economic year in the history of the United States of America, because we're doing something new for a change. We're investing in you. We're investing in American workers. We're investing in American businesses, and we're saying to everybody that the United States is open for business, but only if you invest in our great American people and our great American businesses. We are done with the old approach of shipping American jobs overseas and investing in everybody else. We're back to investing in the American worker, and we're not going to stop fighting for you until we return America to the true golden age.
That's right, folks. We invested in the American worker, and that's why we cut $1 trillion from Medicaid. You know, the thing that is most likely to be used by low-income workers in America. That's right, we cut over $1 trillion from it in order to give gigantic paychecks to the wealthiest people on the planet with no strings attached. Yeah, that's right, that's gonna benefit you, the American worker. If by American worker, I mean the top 0.00001% of American workers. And by workers, I mean people who just own shit and don't actually work. Let's go!
Of great American prosperity.
Aren't you all happy with your healthcare premiums going up? Cheer for us.
Now, even a year in, we've already seen incredible success from the Trump administration's economic policies. The IRS says that this is going to be the biggest tax refund year in the history of the United States of America. And I know there are a lot of far-left Democrats like Marcy Kaptur who don't like it when the government gives you back your hard-earned money, but the Trump administration believes that...
Yeah, that's right. We're giving you back your hard-earned money, billionaires. If you're not a billionaire, we're not giving you shit. In fact, we might actively take a shit and send it to you. That's what you get this year instead of a tax return. Oh, shit.
You earned it, you ought to keep it, and we ought to keep our hands the hell out of your pocket in Washington, D.C. So why are we going to have the biggest
Mr.
tax
Vance
year?
is spending billions in taxes to illegally secure Venezuelan oil that we can't even use for another decade, a part of this true golden age?
Absolutely.
Refund year in the history of the United States of America. It's because the president, working with the Republican Congress, got no taxes on tips. It's because we got no taxes on overtime. It's because we got no taxes on Social Security. 3 promises that we ran on, 3 promises the President of the United States kept, and because of it, every single person in this room and every single person in the state of Ohio is going to benefit from it.
Yeah, man, all these people who are definitely on Social Security are yeah, they're all going to see that benefit. Hell yeah.
That's what we said we were going to do. We were going to end the green energy scam and invest in American energy workers, and we did it. We're going to reward companies for investing in the United States of America, and
unless they're green energy companies, in which case, if you want to invest in America, fuck you.
Penalize companies for trying to invest in communist China and places all over the world. We said we were going to do it, and we did it. And because of it, we're starting to see the benefits for American workers every single day.
That's right. Even though none of these factories are coming back to the United States, and this is just a unilateral tax on you, we're gonna try and spin it as a good thing for you, even though you're paying more for no benefit.
Have the lowest inflation that we've had, well, since the last Trump administration.
What green energy scam? In Trump world, all green energy is fake. Like I can't really stress this enough. In the bizarre alternate universe in which these people live, green energy doesn't exist. Solar power, not real. Wind power only kills birds, generates no power. Battery technology, not a thing, unless you're talking sweet, sweet double A, baby. But, like, other than that, grid scale energy storage? Nah, get the fuck out of here.
We have rising wages for American workers. You know that under the Biden administration, those terrible, terrible times, under the Biden administration, you lost an average of $3,000 over that 4 years because inflation was out of control and wages were stagnant for our country. You know, under the first year of the Trump administration, you've already gained over $1,300 in real wage gains. And my friends, we are just getting started. Because what the President of the United States says every single day.
Man, there are so many lies in this. It is difficult to untangle. Just real quick.
Lost an average of $3,000 over that 4 years because inflation was out of control and wages were stagnant for our country. You know, under the first year of the Trump administration, you've already gained over $1,300 in real wage gains. And my friends, we are just getting started. Because what the President of the United States says every single day is we are not done fighting for the American worker until we get everything back that the Biden-Harris administration took away and more beyond that. I don't want you to just struggle to get by. I don't want you to worry about paying your credit.
I just want to point out here that again, he's just telling a lie. Like the biggest gains per year in average hourly earnings took place under Biden. They've been going down under Trump. Like, again, it's all just goddamn lies.
Card bill or your medical benefits. I don't want you to think, do I buy prescription drugs or do I buy food? That is the legacy of the Democratic Congress under the Biden.
That's you guys! You cut $1 trillion from Medicaid and ended the Affordable Care Act subsidies. That's you guys! You guys are the ones forcing the decision between food or healthcare premiums and drugs. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. It is infuriating to me.
Biden-Harris administration, and it's something we can't go back to. A lot of you know my story. I mean, this is my home. You all, well, you voted for me, at least most of you did. So, actually, in this room, I probably got about 100% of the vote. I think I see a few people who weren't old enough to vote for me in 2022, but look, you know my story. You know the fact that I grew up in a family. I was raised by a grandmother who would look at her credit card statement every single day and wonder, what can we afford? Can I buy my medicine this month, or do I need to focus on food? Can we take a little bit extra maybe and buy those pills that she needed in order to stay healthy and keep our family afloat?
And I said, how can I make more grandmothers like that? This fucks. I love this. How can we make more grandmothers have that situation? Hell yeah.
These are the decisions that way too many families had to take under the Biden administration. And under the Trump administration, we want better for you.
I afford to
and we're
replace
fighting
the
better
couch?
for you every single day. We want you to have enough prosperity to, yes, buy the things that you need, to, yes,
your laziness is why you're struggling, and it's all Biden's fault, indeed.
buy those medications and put food on the table, but maybe to take a little vacation. Because if you work hard every single...
Yeah, man, under Donald Trump, you're working class, go on a vacation. You're gonna be able to go on vacations now. Yeah! Like, guys, the thing about these kinds of lies is that it doesn't really hold water when you are the dominant party, right? Like when you're the dominant party and you're like, yeah, man, you're going to be so wealthy you're going to be able to take a vacation where you weren't able to do that before. You're not going to be picking between healthcare and food. You're going to have so much wealth you're going to be able to go on vacation and have healthcare and food. And like people are going to be able to figure out if that's true or not, JD. You know? Like, that's something pretty tangible and pretty, like, that basically anyone can wrap their mind around. And, they're going to be aware if their cost of living is so high that they can't go on a vacation like you are painting a picture for them about right now.
Day, you ought to be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Maybe you want to buy something extra for your kids. Maybe you want to do something that you couldn't do when you were a kid, because that
$2 is enough. $2 is enough. Like we've gone from Donald Trump saying your kid only needs $2. You don't need $12. You just $2. $2 is fine. You don't need a pack of 16 pencils. You can get 2 pencils. It's fine. Right? And like we've gone from that to you're going to be so wealthy you could take vacations. Yay, vacations! And in the space of less than a month. In the space of less than a month, we've gone from your kid can make do without pencils to you're going to be able to go on vacation anywhere on
I want to
earth.
enjoy the fruits of my labor.
I just it's really dumb and bad. And the reason they're sending him out is because they know the situation is dumb and bad.
That is the promise of the American dream, that we leave the next generation a little bit better off than the generation that came before. And what we had under the Biden-Harris administration is lower wages. We had higher prices. We had more people struggling to get by and more people who gave up on the essentials instead of buying the things that they needed to buy. What we have under the Trump administration is a totally different approach. And what we're trying to do, and what we've already done a lot over the last year, is made you wealthier, has made your communities safer, has gotten those illegal aliens out of the United States of America, and is trying to rebuild that all-important American dream. So I have a very simple question. Do we, 1 year into this great American recovery, do we want to go back to the failed policies of the Biden-Harris administration?
No. Do you want cheaper health care? Do you want higher wage increases year over year and lower inflation? No. We want higher inflation, lower wages. We love being doormats. Also, Matt Binder and the Humanist Report, thank you so much for the raid, friendos. Hope you had a great show tonight. Welcome, folks. Come on in, Leftist Mafia. Come on in. Folks, go check out Matt Binder. Go check out Humanist Report. Go check them out. Excellent programs. Always lovely to have you fine folks here. And we're going through this absolutely doomed voyage of a J.D. Vance speech.
No, we don't. So let's keep doubling down.
And if you think that that's a weird turn of phrase, just keep watching.
On American prosperity, let's keep doubling down on the American worker, and let's tell Marcy Kaptur and the rest of the crazy congressional Democrats that we are not going back. We are going forward to a brighter future for every single one of our citizens.
Marcy Cardcaptor Sakura? Huh? That was a reference for the weebs out there. I'm sorry.
You know, there are things the media doesn't talk about that I think are so important to highlight because they show...
With that 1% increase, I can buy one single egg, but would pay the tax with my own money. Crab emoji.
I mean, that a single egg for a trying time. AC Gons, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Real progress for the American people. Did you know that for 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration, Americans paid the highest prescription drug costs anywhere in the world? And we did it because we had an administration that refused to go to Big Pharma and say, this is ridiculous that you're charging 1/10 the price in England or in France that you are in the United States of America. So what did the president do? One of the first things
Metal Kitty Mom, haven't seen you in a hot minute. Thank you for subscribing. Hope you're doing all right.
President Trump did is he hauled these pharmaceutical executives into the Oval Office. He wasn't getting any help from Congress, though we certainly would have appreciated Marcy Kaptur helping us lower prescription drug costs.
He didn't get any help from Congress, even though Republicans control the Congress right now.
But we weren't getting that help. So what did he do? He brought the pharma executives into the Oval Office and he said, you are done forcing Americans to pay more for prescription drugs than any other country anywhere in the world. And so now, thanks to the president's leadership and thanks to the support of our congressional allies like John Husted, we have prescription drug costs coming down in this country for the very first time. Whether it's antibiotics or whether it's cancer.
The part that he leaves out of that a little story he just told is that what the pharmaceutical companies basically agreed to is raising their prices everywhere else on the planet while bringing down America's drug prices. But I want to really emphasize here, they were already making a profit in those other countries. Like, bringing down the cost of a handful of drugs when you... Like, guys, the reason we need Medicare for all is because if we get Medicare for all, we can negotiate with the big pharma companies, not on just like a handful of prescription drug prices, but on all prescription drug prices. And we can also say, you can't price gouge other places on the planet. You don't stop it. We could in fact do that. We could make the world better and not worse. I know that seems really like alien to us right now, especially considering that at the moment the government only seems to exist to do evil and to harm us. You know, like I look outside and the government officials I see are like, you know, rounding people up on the street, kidnapping kids, shooting moms in the face. But it doesn't have to be that way.
Cancer drugs, whether it's the most advanced therapeutics that exist anywhere in the world, Americans are seeing lower costs. And they're going to keep on seeing lower costs because the President of the United States had the courage to fight for you rather than international pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, Gabriel Royer, I know they can raise the price in other countries. The only point I'm making is that they already make a profit by selling those drugs in other countries, right? And there's really no reason to allow them to price gouge, you know, all of us on a national scale, you know?
I think it's hilarious after wrecking medical insurance, he claims that drug prices are coming down. Like maybe they were. But now most people can't afford them because they have no health insurance.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You know, some people had their health insurance plans go up by like, you know, 100%, 200%. Like I know some folks whose like healthcare premiums went up by like 4 times what they were initially. And like they just it's just unsustainable. Like you can't live with that. And you have to make a choice between either having healthcare or like just trying to do without. It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts. And very good point, CR Rent, and thank you for the $20 super chat.
Now the media doesn't talk about that because of course it makes us look good.
If the media talked about it at any length and with any degree of honesty, it would not make you look good.
But these are the victories that depend on having smart, wise leadership in Washington, D.C. You know, another thing the media doesn't talk about is that under 4 years of the Biden administration, the average cost of a home in the United States of America nearly doubled. And in certain jurisdictions, it actually got way worse than that. There are certain places where the cost of a home in 4 years went up by 200%. What's happened over the last 5 months? Rents have gone down over the past 5 months. And so, though there's still a lot of work left to
Citation needed? Oh yeah, man. All of you with your rents going down. Yeah, how many of you have gotten a letter from your landlord to decrease your rent? Cuz I have heard of that happening like from one person like one time. We go by vibes here. Ah, yes, the data vibes.
do, we're finally seeing more Americans being interested, especially our young families, being interested in buying a home for the first time.
Like, I do genuinely
Hoping
want
this
to
could
know.
help you keep warm. Less than 3.
Dex, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciated. And I do have a little heater right there. It's doing its best. I might need to up it a little bit, but I'm bundled up. You guys can't see, but from the waist down I'm bundled up in this cold ass basement. But thank you for the support. I genuinely want to know if the people behind him actually believe his bullshit. Are they like, well, my rent didn't go down, but you know what? I bet someone's must have gone down, because otherwise he wouldn't say that. Like, do they buy the bullshit he's shoveling?
We're seeing those rents come down. We're seeing the cost of housing flatten out a little bit. And one of the biggest reasons is because, on the one hand, we lowered the regulatory burdens to build houses in this country.
Oh, hell yeah, man. We love it when we get shittier built houses. Hell yeah, man. That's right. Get rid of those regulations. You know what? I hear asbestos is really cheap right now. Let's bring that back. I just like you guys realize, like, yeah, there's a case to be made that maybe like a handful of regulations are redundant or aren't that useful, but the vast majority of regulations that exist are to save lives and improve the quality of builds, like housing, apartment, etc. Like, I don't know, it was just a handful of years ago that an entire like apartment complex collapsed in Florida because they weren't building the building up to code. And that seems like something that should be on everybody's mind when they're thinking about new homes. I don't know, it just seems pretty pertinent.
Well, on the other hand, we got illegal aliens out of the United States of America who are taking American homes. That is how you lower prices. Focus on American workers and invest in American home building. You don't give all of our homes to illegal aliens. That is the legacy of the Biden-Harris administration.
Don't forget, Eric Adams also lowered regulations by skipping a fire code inspection on a new building as quid pro quo for his campaign donors. Yeah, I mean, like, it is happening all over the place. Speaking of Eric Adams, by the way, did any of you hear that he did a crypto scam? Like, the very first thing he did upon leaving office was launch a meme coin that was LARPing as like a New York City like token, and then he immediately scammed it for like $5 million. Oh god, it's like comically evil.
But on all these things, we know there is still so much work to do. And this is something I want you to hear. The Democrats talk a lot about the affordability crisis in the United States of America. And yes, there is an affordability crisis, one created by Joe Biden's policies. You don't turn the Titanic around overnight. It takes time.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys right now. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. I wanted to watch this entire speech just for that moment. Just for that moment alone. This guy over here opens up his speech to the people of Toledo talking about how Toledo sucks and is so cold that he looks like he's visibly ill. And in the middle of this, he's like, ah, yes, the US economy, comparable to the Titanic. You don't turn the Titanic around. Yeah, no shit. No shit. You do not turn the Titanic around. That is not what the Titanic is known for, sir. Does he know? No, the funniest possible outcome of this would be that he genuinely didn't know that the Titanic ever sank. You just like it's just a really successful voyage, guys. Everyone had a lovely time. He only saw like the first half of the Titanic movie. He didn't know what happened in the second half. He only saw up to the part with Jack and Rose in the car, and then he turned it off and said, "This is getting me too aroused," and then like walked over, yeah, to the nearest couch, pushed Usha off of it, got busy. You know what I'm saying? God damn, this clown.
Time to fix what was broken. I said earlier that the average American has seen $1,300 of real increase in their wages just in the past year.
Well, he didn't switch VHSs.
Joe Biden, they saw a $3,000 decrease. Now, on the one hand, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that you're $1,300 richer than you were just a year ago. But you know what really pisses me off? That compared to when Donald Trump left office after his first term, you're still about $2,000 poorer. Because that's what happened under the Biden administration. They did so much damage that it's going to take us time to rebuild the...
Yeah. You know, you guys are going to be making that $3,000 back. But also, just in case anyone's wondering, the average increase to the Affordable Care Act premium was over 20%. So, you know, if you're paying a pretty penny for your healthcare coverage, you're not making more money anymore because they wiped it out with the Affordable Care Act subsidy acts. And I also just want to say, some of the math that has been done on this is really not great. Let me just pull up this analysis here that I looked at a while back. Yeah. On average, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 would see yearly premium payments rise by over $22,000 and $22,600 in 2026, after accounting for an annual premium increase of 18%. Just as an FYI for you guys. Yeah, look, they're going to be saving an extra $3,000 a year, everybody. It's fine. The $3,000 a year versus the 22,600%, not percent, dollars. That's a lot of dollars. Hell yeah, man. None of us will ever be able to retire. Woo!
The Sec of Agriculture has a solution for $3 meals. I am still waiting to know about the one other thing for it.
Oh god, I did see that. It was genuinely dystopian. It was like, okay. For years, Republicans were like, huh, did you hear about this? Did you hear about the World Economic Forum and the New World Order? You will eat the bugs was like their big whole thing. They were like all about how like the globalist elites are gonna make you eat bugs. And then you have the Trump administration come into power and they're just like, yeah, you're gonna get a stick of broccoli and one chicken tender and a piece of bread, and that will be your meal, and you'll love it. It's gonna be so healthy for you. And like, it is I guess to an extent, what's crazy to me as somebody who's been paying attention to this for years professionally is just how fast all of those people fucking disappeared. How quickly all of those people who nonstop whined about the exact things that the Trump administration are doing right now, but like about administrations that weren't doing what Trump was doing, they all just disappeared. And it turns out that their big problem was they were a bit worried that they were going to get targeted by this. You know? They were worried that they'd be targeted by this by someone who wasn't one of their guys. You know, it's the same with like the free speechers. You know, the folks who were like, I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe all speech should be allowed. How like all of them have just suddenly shut the fuck up about the Trump administration like going after, you know, students who are pro-Palestinian, or you know, deporting you know, like people who write op-eds in their school newspaper. Like they suddenly they're all gone. Suddenly they're all gone. It's crazy.
Great American prosperity that we had at the end of the first Trump.
I just want to stress, none of these people believe anything they're saying.
Trump administration.
It's all vibes.
But what I'm telling you is that we are committed to doing it. As much as the media focuses on distractions every single day, in the Oval Office, the president looks at us and says, why haven't we done more? Let's do more. Do more. He'll tell us, person by person, from the Secretary of Commerce to the Secretary of the Treasury to our SBA administrator to the Vice President of the United States, fight every single day for better home prices for Americans, for lower prescription drug prices, and of course for rising wages. That is what we're going to do. That is what we have done.
I just have to say, none of that matters if you were like, this is like saying, we're going to give you a cookie, while also ripping out your lower intestine. Now, you're going to get a cookie, though, but we're going to get your lower intestine. Now, I want to ask you guys, does that sound like a good deal to you? Because that's essentially what the Trump administration is doing, right? Like, they're like, look at, we're going to give you slightly higher wages. Don't you like those slightly higher wages? Meanwhile, like the rumblings of an increase to your monthly healthcare premiums of like, you know, 1,000% start like coming over the horizon. Don't you want, but look at this cookie though. Isn't that cookie good? Another tract of your intestine leaks out. You wake up in an ice bath, but you have a cookie. Exactly. Exactly.
And that is what we promise will be the legacy of the second Trump administration. More prosperity.
God, I do want to go over that Hassan interview with the family. I just don't know if it'll be good content. I think it will be, but I want to make sure that I have enough to add that it's worth it for us to do it here.
For you. Now, I want to take a few questions from the media, but before I do, I just want to close with this thought. So, you know, growing up in Middletown, Ohio, which is pretty much due south on I-75, a lot of you probably spent time in Middletown in the same way that growing up I spent a fair amount of time in Toledo. The story of towns like Toledo, the story of towns like Middletown when I was growing up was one of decline. It was a story of factories closing down, of good people losing their jobs, of families that were fracturing under the financial stress that sometimes comes when people lose that access to a good job. That is not the future that we should expect for our children. We should demand better from our leaders, and that's exactly what the Trump administration is promising. Not a story where you open up the morning paper or you turn on the TV and you see a factory that's closed down, but you see a new factory that's being built. Not a story where your neighbor lost their job, but a story where your neighbor gets a new and better job because of what is being built right here in towns like Toledo. Not communities that are unsafe, where you get mugged or murdered walking down the street, but where every single person...
Yeah, or in communities where you drop your kid off at school and then you get shot in the face by an ICE officer. You know, we need to build better communities than that. You know, preferably without ICE officers to shoot people in the face.
Rich or poor, black or white, can enjoy their God-given right.
Man, I love living in Minneapolis, where according to the Trump administration, if I walk down the street, I'm gonna get shot. When genuinely the only thing I have ever been worried about walking down the street in Minneapolis is ICE officers. Genuinely.
To public safety in their own community, because we're fighting for law enforcement as opposed to against law enforcement like the last administration. I want the grandmothers, like my grandmother, who are raising grandkids they weren't necessarily planning to raise. I want them to not have to choose between putting food on the table or buying their medicine.
And that's why we fucked over grandmothers like mine with all of our healthcare changes, specifically designed to rob said grandmothers to give to the billionaire class.
That is the future that we're fighting for. And that is what the Democrats in D.C. have fought against every single day of this administration. Now, I don't want to say all Democrats, because my mamaw, the woman who raised me, was one of those blue dog Democrats. She was socially conservative, she was patriotic, but she was a Democrat. And I know that in Toledo, there are a lot of those Democrats still today. But I got to tell you, in Washington, D.C., those Democrats do not exist.
Okay, you know what? Genuinely, if somebody out there is good at crunching the numbers, I would love for someone to run the numbers and, like, if JD Vance's grandma were still alive, right? How much would she be paying in order to have her healthcare this year, you know? Like, just run the numbers. Like, how badly do his healthcare changes screw over his own grandma? You know, I would love to know, just out of curiosity.
Disappeared from Washington, D.C. They care more in Washington about using this country as one big fraud scheme than they do about fighting for your prosperity. And that's why we cannot reward these people come November. What are they actually fighting for? Well, we know what they're fighting against. They hate Donald Trump obsessively, and they talk about it every single day. They want men to play in women's sports, which is crazy. But even aside from it's crazy, why the hell are you talking about that instead of...
You're the ones talking about it! You guys do that! If you look at all of the trans bills that exist right now, 99% of them have been introduced by Republicans. You guys are the ones who won't shut the fuck up about trans people. We just want to live our lives and wear our thigh-high socks and code things. Leave us the fuck alone.
Figuring out how to fight for the American people. They want the Somali fraud ring in Minneapolis and frankly in other states too to continue, while a lot of Americans...
What are you talking about? This drives me fucking insane. When they're talking about the Somali fraud ring, the only reason you know about the Somali fraud ring is because Minnesota caught them and prosecuted them. And number two, that Somali fraud ring was organized by a white lady. A white lady who, incidentally, is currently trying to cozy up to the Trump administration, likely because she's trying to get a pardon from Donald Trump. Like, again, this fucking racist piece of shit is coming into my house and saying, oh, the Somali fraud ring that they want taking over the world. And like, god damn it, dude. It's just such a fucking lie. It's such a fucking lie. Like, the additional fraud that they're talking about, by the way, is all of that Nick Shirley shit. It's all of the, why, well, you know, I went to Minneapolis and they wouldn't even open doors for a random stranger to look at children in the daycare center. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dude, because no daycare wants to let in a random man off the street who has an entourage of like 8 dudes in face masks. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, I cannot. Nick Shirley is barely a functional human being. He has the mental capacity of a goddamn carrot. And like, they are propping him up as if he's like the second coming of journalism Jesus. It's crazy. And I want to be clear, it is only because he serves to justify their racism. That's it. How is it the Somali fraud ring if Quality Learning Center was still allowed to operate and be given $1.9 million? Because it was operating as a child care center. When you operate a child care center and you have violations, that means someone from the state came in, saw violations, issued citations, they paid fines, and then were continuing to operate. The same way, if a restaurant gets inspected and they have infractions against like the different local ordinances, they then correct them and the restaurant continues to operate. It's not that fucking hard. The fucking insanity here is wild to me. Why are we giving millions of dollars to daycares? Because people need to leave their kids somewhere to work, man. Like, the poor people who would otherwise need to stay home and take care of their kids can then leave their kid in a daycare and go work. It leads to more productivity in the city. That's why giant cities across the country and some states have free childcare, because the free childcare or subsidized childcare in some cases allows for more people to do more work, which increases tax revenue, increases city revenue, and allows people to do more shit.
A Clockwork Orange taught us to never let in guys in masks in. Even if they're technically law enforcement, they behave like droogs.
I'm baffled by people having a difficult time understanding this. Well, what are their parents gonna do if they leave their kids at daycare? They're gonna go and do their job so that they can pay their rent and like have healthcare. Fuck. Like, think about it for like 2 seconds. Like, I want you guys to understand, like, I'm not like the smartest person alive by any means, but like, just think about it for like a second. There were no children there. Yeah, man, for sure. That's why they passed all of their unannounced state inspections. Yeah, uh-huh. No kids there. They just got a bunch of violations because the state was also in on it. Yeah, activate the lone brain cell, man. Come on.
Americans can't afford the cost of childcare. They want to take the very programs.
They're not confused, they're just racist. Yeah, it is incredible how often people don't have these complaints about, daycare centers that primarily cater to white children. It's weird how despite those daycare centers also having violations and also having like subsidies from the state or national government, the white daycare centers aren't targeted by any of this. It's so strange. I wonder why. What factor could be different? Nick Shirley obviously isn't a genius. Believing these daycare centers are all legit is complete cognitive dissonance. It's not. I literally live in Minneapolis. I have driven by some of those daycare centers. I personally have seen children like coming in and out of those buildings. Like, the idea that you think it's a gigantic scam that like, oh yeah, no, just the Somali community is like hiding the kids, and then they get all these kid actors from the Somali community to like go in and trick the state inspectors. Like, that's fucking lunacy. That's fucking lunacy. It's just like, you've gotten your racism centers in your brain activated and validated, and you don't care about anything else. Like, your racism has destroyed your ability to critically think. Like, I need to really emphasize this. Racism makes you dumb as fuck. Stop it. It's also a choice. You can also just choose not to be racist anymore. So, I don't know. Choose to not be racist and stop being a dumb fuck.
We use to make childcare more affordable and give them to fraudsters who are illegally in our country to begin with.
Oh, conspiracy theories are the only thing I hate more than the Fallout TV series writer room. Lock them up. Yeah, man, that's why we should totally believe Nick Shirley's unnamed source, Dave, who's a lobbyist, who openly talks about how all Somali immigrants are demons. And all of them commit fraud. Yeah, no, he's a trustworthy source, guys. He's trustworthy. Yeah, sure, he spent like the last decade formulating conspiracy theories about Somali immigrants, but no, guys, trust him. He's got all the inside scoops. He's got the inside scoop. He pulled all of it out of his ass.
These are not politicians who care about you. They care about keeping the fraud going. And the question in November is very fundamental. It's going to be, do we reward the people like John Husted, who cut your taxes, who fights for lower housing costs, who fights for lower prescription drug costs? Or do we reward the crazy far-left Democrats who think that America is one big get-rich scheme for fraudsters? That's
America is one big get-rich scheme for fraudsters. That's how Elon Musk exists. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude lies about playing video games. You think he's honest about his company? Fuck off.
That's simply the question. So I'm asking you, are we going to fight for the people who are fighting for the American dream? Are we going to send a message to the far-left radicals that this country belongs to American citizens, not to illegal aliens? Are we going to fight for the American dream for people like my grandmother and people like your children every single day?
By the way, JD Vance would sleep perfectly fine at night if all of their children died. Like, just if his policies directly led to the death of all of their kids, he would still sleep well at night because he's a monster. And you might say, but Jack, that's a really weird and unfair comparison to make. And I just want to read a quote off to you guys from the Trump Health and Human Services folks here. Let me pull this up. I was wondering where I was going to talk about this today, but I think this this fits pretty well. Pulling it up, and here we are. Oh my god, I organized too many things. It's my fault. There it is.
I called my local congressman and governor. Everyone should defend the Fourth Amendment. Be
Hell yeah.
empowered. Fight ICE. Be fabulous today. Ring
Hell
planet,
yeah.
fire emoji, melting face emoji.
Jupiter Quake, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciated. So this is a quote from Kirk Milhoan, who was appointed by RFK Jr. in Health and Human Services, right? And this is him responding to a question about the vaccination rate plummeting due to, reclassification of different vaccine schedules by RFK Jr. and such. And this is just a direct quote from him. What we're going to have is a real world experience of when unvaccinated people get measles. What is the new incidence of hospitalization? What's the incidence of death? And I really want to hammer home to you guys that as far as this administration is concerned, they are totally willing to do human experimentation on you and your kids by eliminating just different regulations and seeing how many of you die. Like, if measles kills a bunch of kids in this community, He's not going to give a
EPA
shit.
not counting human health when accessing the environmental impact from companies is because they care about children.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Cutting off U.S. aid and killing tens of millions of kids. It's because they care. It's because they care. That's freedom, baby. Well, we don't have any freedom babies anymore. Oof.
So let's remember what we're fighting for this November. It's to have political leadership in this country that fights for the American people, that fights for the American dream. Don't forget it, my friends. Let's work hard. Let's elect these great candidates to higher office, because that's the only way we are going to send a message to the Democrats that this country belongs to Americans and that the American dream belongs to the citizens who built this nation. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
All right, I think that's about enough of that. And I just want to say, as someone from Minneapolis here, I want to play just the anthem of our people at the moment, which is this musical edit created by the Kathy Richardson over on Instagram.
I don't act this way. That's right. Actually, I'm respectful at all in any way. I want to ask, believe in illegal immigration? U.S. taxpayers should. What a big man. Housing for illegals. What a scary man. Medical care. Smart man. He's so intelligent. This man. He's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to say. I've got a lot to say. This is what we're dealing with.
What a smart man. Who is this woman? Some random woman in Minneapolis who encountered this guy who is a correspondent on the ground for Real America's Voice, a shit-tier conservative network, who made the mistake of broadcasting live here and trying to stir up some agitation. And turns out they succeeded, and he didn't like it when these women started clowning on him. Again, this was immediately after ICE murdered Renee Good. So this was a pretty restrained response. And you know what? I'm proud of my fellow Minnesotans, okay? She has such a sing-songy voice. I love it, right? Isn't it great? Anyway, fuck you, JD Vance. And we need to organize to fight these clowns. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get organized, because ICE is going to be everywhere soon. You need to be ready. You need to organize like Minneapolis is right now, okay? So if you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, also consider hitting the like button, consider hitting the subscribe button, and consider leaving a comment longer than 8 words, because apparently that really helps in the algorithm. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People like it. It's comfy. Check it out. Link in the description. Let's go!
Lady Pants giving his speech in front of a crowd consisting of construction workers complete with hard hats gives me Stephen King vibes.
It does give Stephen King vibes. And I don't really know how to put my finger on that, but it does feel like something's about to go horribly wrong. Let's keep on going. There we go. No butt song? We just finished the segment. So guys, how this works is that when I wind up the segment, I'm putting a little bow on it for the people who watch on YouTube, which weirdly enough, most people don't watch the live streams. Most people are watching the videos after the fact on YouTube. So I'm just putting a little bow on it. We're gonna keep on going, folks. We're gonna keep on going. We're not going anywhere. Don't leave. Don't leave me. I'm so lonely. All right. Oof. A rider. We're gonna keep going. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't forget to treat yourselves as well. True. And cold, most likely. I mean, it is chilly here, yes. So I'm wearing a bolero jacket. Oof. All right, folks. Here is a little musical interlude to let you know what to do. Hit that button. Like, comment, subscribe, do the things. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click Oh, there we go. If you review most times I said anything, I was passed over for the next person. Yeah, because there are several hundred people watching the show and commenting at any given time, and I can't guarantee that I'm going to respond to each and every one of you. I'm looking at 3 chats right now on this screen and following them all and doing my best to keep on top of all of them. It is not easy to do, but I do it because I love you guys. Boop. Indeed. Hit that like button, folks. Fair, I'll move along. Cool. Best of luck, comrade. Biden deported millions. Biden was very right-wing. Biden was a lot more right-wing than I would have liked, yeah. Was not a fan of Biden's policies. Obviously not a welcome place. I mean, I guess if you want to like walk into a room and shit yourself and then complain that no one noticed you and then say, huh, fine, I'll go home. Like, you're welcome to do that, but like, dude, the self-righteousness is very weird. Like, okay, bye. God. Called yesterday. My rep did as expected and voted to fund ICE. The surprising thing was a different rep was one of the 7 Dems that voted for funding ICE. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I mean, yes. It's not ideal. My girlfriend likes this song for some reason. I'd skip it if it wasn't live. That's fine. You could watch it when it's not live. That is also an option. Let's see here. Called yesterday. Yeah, fuck ICE. Fuck the GOP colluding Dems who voted to fund ICE. It is now going to the Senate, so we need to put as much pressure as we can on our senators. Oh my god, chat, why are you being so horrible? Look, we're trying something new with this vertical chat thing that is apparently all the rage now on YouTube, and it's working a little bit. We got a bunch of new people over in YouTube chat. But it is bringing out some folks for sure. Sweet Mitts, how you doing? Vertical chat. Yeah, I started, you might have noticed at the beginning of stream, it's a little bit bumpier when it comes to YouTube chat going live. It's because I'm trying to both it's like called, what is it called? Dual stream over on YouTube, which allows you to stream both in the normal, like, 16:9 ratio, and in the vertical, like, phone ratio. And so I'm trying that out. Apparently the algorithm on YouTube really likes it when you do that. So it's reaching a bunch more people than we usually do. So that's what you got. At the end of the day, we both want peace. Yeah, but I'm guessing the peace that I want is, wait, as someone who disagrees but wants peace, why the animosity to me? Well, I have no animosity to you. But you're like, why is no one responding to me? And then you got real pissy about it. And we're like, when after I explained to you why people weren't responding to you or why I wasn't responding to you, and you're like, fine, I guess I'll leave. And so, like, I don't know. I thought that was funny, and I laughed at you. The explanation was that I was ignored. The explanation was that I have other things to do. I'm running a show. Like, this is a show that I prepare every day, and you're like coming in and being like, but I want the show to be about something different. And then when I make fun of you for that, you get real pissy about it. Like, do you complain at your TV? Like that, like, oh, I turned on Wishbone, the imagination show about a talking dog. And it has a talking dog in it. How dare it? How dare he take me on delightful book-based adventures to broaden my appreciation of literature? How dare he? I'm only upset a different opinion wasn't allowed to talk. This isn't... I don't have a co-host. I talk with... Like, let me put it this way. I talk with a billion versions of people who are exactly as brain dead as you every single day. I guarantee you, when we start to go down this rabbit hole, I know what points you're going to bring up. They're going to be the same old boring bullshit, and that will demonstrate you haven't thought about this at all sufficiently. I guarantee you. This is co-host erasure? You're right. Rest in peace, Dr. Softhole. Why do you start with calling me brain dead? Because your demeanor and your responses to things indicate that you are not a very intelligent person. That is why. My interaction with you thus far has not validated that you are a smart individual. Now, I could be wrong, but so far you have yet to prove me wrong. I'm very confused. What are we talking about? People being weirdly belligerent in Twitch chat. What's the story, Wishbone? Did you know they did like a little Wishbone documentary? I found out about that recently. Also, for all of you who have no idea what I was referencing about Wishbone.
What's the story, Wishbone? What's this you're dreaming of? Such big imagination on such a little bug. What's the story, Wishbone? Do you think it's worth a look? It kinda seems familiar, like a story from a book. Shake a leg now, Wishbone, let's wag another tail. Sniffing out adventure with Wishbone on the trail. Come on, Wishbone, what's the story, Wishbone?
They dressed him up in all kinds of little outfits.
What's the story, Wishbone?
Yeah, so it's a show about a dog who can. We see his inner
Yes,
monologue,
please.
and he reads
Pups
books.
will get money from me.
They dressed him up in all kinds of little outfits and had him reenact different works of literature. It was delightful. He was also famously Odysseus. One of the best Wishbone storylines was when they recreated the Odyssey, but with a dog playing Odysseus. Truly the golden age of TV, right? Right? And yes, they are in fact making a documentary. It doesn't have a trailer yet, but apparently the guy who voiced Wishbone in the show, they're making a little documentary about this little dog, their imagination show. I love it. It's cute. The story of the little dog who introduced a generation to the world of classic literature. Ain't it just adorable? The world doesn't have to be an unending cesspit of misery all the time, you know? Like it doesn't have to be that way. We can in fact choose to be silly little guys who make art with dogs in it, you know? I instinctively clicked like because of cute doggo. Exactly. Your instinct was correct. Why can't we have nice things? God. I need Wishbone to do of Mice and Men shooting Lenny. No. All right. Can we just take a look at this? All right. Just briefly here. Let's see. Okay. Real quick, folks, we need to talk about Kash Patel and his role as director of the FBI, because this piece came out in the New York Times today, a year inside Kash Patel's FBI, and it is genuinely one of the most insane things I have read in a long time. All right? It is genuinely some of the most insane shit I've read in a long time. And let me just find this here. Here we go. Tonya Ugorets, former assistant director of the Directorate of Intelligence. I was responsible for the morning intelligence briefing. Every director gets to choose how they want to receive information, how often and in what form. I did everything I could leading up to Director Patel coming on board to provide options for how those meetings would run. What type of information do you want? Do you like graphics? Do you like to read? All of that. I wanted to set him up from day one to make effective decisions. Field Office Leader 1. Patel had his first director's call with the heads of all field offices. He had no agenda, no organized thoughts, no strategy or leadership philosophy or priorities to share. I specifically remember him at one point saying, "I don't read." He explained he didn't read briefing materials. Hey guys, is it good if your director of the FBI openly just says, "I'm not going to read any of the things you are creating for me to know what I'm talking about"? Is it good when the director of the FBI confesses to being essentially an illiterate goon. I just me no likey books. uh oh god. I do think it is very, very wild, right? The idea here that oh no, do you read? No, I don't. I don't like to read. I'm not if you could even make it all pictures, I'm not gonna look at it. But this is maybe one of the most revealing parts, right? So there is like a yearly conference, right? Called Five Eyes. It is a top secret meeting of, several nations of the world's head of intelligence. They all meet together and discuss like urgent threats and findings and like, some pretty top secret information gets shared in these already secret meetings, right? Um guys, get a load of this. Patel traveled to Britain to attend a secret conference of the Five Eyes, the international alliance formed after World War II among the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Senior Executive 2. Every May, there's a Five Eyes conference with the head of every intelligence agency. This year it was in the UK. Kash Patel is going. In the lead up to that, his detail starts making crazy requests. He's got special requirements on everything, and the Brits are getting pissed. Before the conference, his staff says he's unhappy because he doesn't like meetings in office settings. Guys, the head of the FBI just he cannot handle having an office meeting. A meeting in an office? Why, I say. What he wants is social events. He wants premier soccer games. He wants to go jet skiing. He'd like a helicopter tour. Everyone who heard about this was like, hold on, is he really going to ask the MI5 director to go jet skiing instead of meeting? The schedule is set, and every Five Eyes partner is doing this. They can't just say he's not participating, and instead he wants to go to a premier soccer game. This is a job, guys. He wanted, instead of having a meeting about, again, top secret information, like so top secret that it is like several guys getting together in a room that is under top secret security clearances, the kind of secret meeting that has been held in secrecy for like, almost 100 years. And this guy's like, what if we guys, what if we had our meeting on a roller coaster? Can we get some like cotton candy up in this bitch? Can we what if we all got into one of those like little swan boats and paddled around a lake together? We could have a meeting in one of those. You gonna have any balloon animals? There better be a goddamn balloon animal or I'm gonna scream. Like it's genuinely insane. I like fuck, man. Like I get so mad every day about these absolute clowns, but this story, like I'm not even mad, I'm just incredulous. I'm incredulous to the point that the incredulity is just strangling the anger and like holding it under the surface of the water until it dies. Like that's what's happening right now emotionally in my mind. And it's his staff only cared about three things: what his meals were, when his workouts would be, and what his entertainment would be. The biggest plan is how he's going to get his girlfriend in there so she can go to Windsor Castle. He's got Nicole Rucker as his assistant, like a true executive concierge. And when she's not getting the food or the workout she wants, she'll start screaming at people. Make it happen. Like, it just keeps getting worse. It's like watching a goddamn train crash. Every paragraph of this. Every paragraph of this. They made a failed children's book author the head of the FBI, and they're surprised that this is how it turned out. His staff was briefed multiple times that the Brits were going to want to talk about an FBI position in London that had been pulled. The FBI is arguably their most important partner. MI5 is 5,000 people. The FBI is 38,000 people. If MI5 ceased to exist, it would be very bad for us. If we ceased to exist, it would be an existential threat for them. That person was working on a ton of sensitive stuff, including embassy penetrations and technology, and they want this position back. So Ken McCallum, the MI5 director, goes to Kash Patel at the conference and says, "Hey, we really need this position. It's so important for our mutual benefit." And Kash says, "Yep, that person's going nowhere. She's absolutely staying," and the Brits rejoice. 2 weeks later, he reverses himself and removes her. The Brits are outraged. Kash will make promises and he will break them. And he doesn't worry about that. Now, one would think, like, okay, so we're just Kash Patel, this absolute dipshit, is just breaking all bonds of trust at every level. But it somehow gets worse. Because again, almost every paragraph in this piece gets worse and worse and worse. All right? On that trip, the heads of intelligence for the Five Eyes went to Windsor Castle and met with the king. There was a photo taken of all of the Five Eyes people, some of whom are non-disclosed, meaning their affiliation with the British intelligence service isn't public. The Brits forwarded that picture as a keepsake for the individuals. They prefaced it with, "This isn't to be shared," but Kash has decided he wants to post it on social media. They have people trying to negotiate with the Brits about whether that's possible. They're fighting with the director's office, like, "You cannot post this. Do not do this, that." And they're arguing. He wants a picture out. Look, I don't work. I don't work in like national intelligence or cybersecurity or anything like that. But I think at the point where your head of the FBI is like, "Hey, look at this cool picture we got with the king. All of our top secret spies in one spot, in one picture. Let me post that on the internet." And he doesn't understand why that's a bad idea. Guys, morons. Absolute fucking morons. They're gonna get people fucking killed. Like, it's super funny, right? But also, this is gonna come with, like, human costs. Kash Patel being this level of incompetent and this level of stupid is a huge problem. When law enforcement on the federal level and the executive branch level is being directed towards American citizens. This is gonna get people killed. And, like, that is terrifying. You know? It's funny in a haha we're fucking cooked way. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. Like, we have already baked into our immediate future a degree of suffering and a degree of damage that is not going to be able to be dodged, unfortunately. And it's just I think a lot of folks assumed that evil in this world would be a lot more intelligent, a lot more efficient, and a lot more I don't know, full of malicious intent. And instead, there is like the baseline malicious intent to like defraud folks and like gain power, but the rest of it is just idiocy. Like idiocy compiled upon idiocy. It's not good, folks. I highly encourage all of you to read this particular article again about Kash Patel's time running the FBI. It is very funny, but also deeply sobering. And we need to organize to beat these clowns. Like, this is untenable. If they are allowed too much time in the driver's seat, they're going to take us all over a cliff. And I worry that they already have done that. And we're just kind of in free fall before we hit the ground. So, all that being said, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. This type of incompetence, weaponized against us, can be deadly. The only way we are going to survive this together is if we get organized, and get organized quick. All right? Minneapolis and Minnesota should be the blueprint for what you do elsewhere. If you need help getting organized with your DSA, join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, like, comment, subscribe. Leave a comment longer than 8 words, by the way. Apparently that really helps. We need to radicalize our local Dems. We need to, make our local DSAs more effective like New York. And also, folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. Super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. So check it out. Link should be down in the description. And also, buy some just to piss off a fascist, okay? They don't like gender euphoric anything. Check it out. Let's keep on going. Whew, we did it, folks! The riverboat has a top secret testing facility. It's true. It's true. It's true. Oof. And seriously, primaries are coming up fast. True! Right now is maybe the most important and effective time to join and organize with your local Dems because you get to participate in the primary process. So, we need folks to get in. Let's go! Now, folks, we've been going for how long? We've been going for about 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and we got a little song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click I guess the butt song is too much for the video content. No, the butt song isn't going to be used for the outro. Hello! How y'all doing? Also, just a reminder, folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your fine financial support. You guys are what allowed this to happen. There's no sponsor except for you guys. So, you allow me to do this, so consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Let's see here. Did you see my super chat? Lol. I did. Yes. Cash Patel does not like Wishbone. Probably because he would choke on Wishbone. I'm not going to elaborate. Check out Christy Burke. She announced she's running against her Republican Congresswoman. Check that out. Looks like Tennessee's District 1. Cool. We need to get more folks in the ring. Wishbone would be a better FBI director. Wishbone would absolutely be a better FBI director. Choke? Yeah, because people choke on wishbones. You know, like Thanksgiving wishbone. You know, I thought it made sense. But I feel like you interpreted it in a very different way, and I'm feeling a bit weird about it now. Let's see here. How wishbones are pretty big. You also snap a wishbone in half for good luck. No! Alright.
Remember, the biggest thing you can do to influence the Dems is voting in your local primary, the second biggest is to get your friends to come with, the third is telling the candidates what will get you to vote for them.
I mean, those are 3 excellent ways to influence your local Dems. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Red Rudy 07. Very much appreciated. I would also say that an underrated way of influencing Dems is by showing up at the actual party meetings and volunteering in campaigns. Like, that is, in my experience, like, what will actually move the machinery within the local party structure and influence who will even be interested in running in the first place. Like, the meetings are where candidates are forged, you know? Not necessarily even in the primary, but in the meetings before the primary. It's one of the reasons why I tell folks, like, 90% of organizing is just going to the goddamn meeting, you know? Oh no, what a nasty freak. What a nasty freak with a gigantic rack and good fashion sense. Oh no. Whatever will we do? Conservatives are fucking wild, dog. Oh no! I can't wrap my head around how attractive that lady is with her gigantic badonkadonks in the screen. Oh no! Insert, like, the footage from Star Trek The Next Generation with the guy's head exploding. Badonkadonk equals ass, not booba. Maybe where you're from. I'm sorry. You mean the one from Conspiracy? Yes, nailed it. Oh, mommy. All right. Listen here, there's top badonkadonk and bottom badonkadonk. And then the fabled top and bottom badonkadonk. Oh, God. Can I get a warning next time? Maybe. Badonkadam? Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Badonkey King? Badonkey King. All right. Alrighty. We've got so much to cover. I think we have a shot of actually covering a lot of it. So let's buckle down and try, okay? Wait, don't leave Catabingo hanging like that. Wait, what? What's the other one called? Oh, Daddy. There you go. Donkey Kong. All right. All right, I'll stop. I'll stop. I'll stop. That's it. That's it. Okay. We got stuff to do. Please don't make me straight. I'll do my best not to. I'm sorry. I'll put him away. Okay. Here we go, folks. We're jumping into another segment. Get yourselves ready. So, folks, it's time for us to take a look at Mark Carney's full speech at the World Economic Forum, because I feel like we played a small clip of it on stream a couple days ago, but I think we need to play the entire thing and kind of set up what the real depth of this speech was. And I want to juxtapose it with Donald Trump's speech, but I looked at that, and Mark Carney's speech is a concise 30 minutes long. Donald Trump's speech is like an hour and 45 minutes long, an hour and a half, somewhere in there. And it's just utter fucking nonsense. I tried like watching some of it, and it's just garbage. It's just nonsense garbage. It's just Donald Trump is a bastard man, writ large. And we'll take a look at like one of the key parts of that I found interesting, just a very short snippet of it. But I wanted to first show Mark Carney's speech and talk about kind of what Donald Trump's positioning on the global stage really means. Okay, so let's jump into it.
Thank you very much, Larry. I'm going to start in French, and then I'll switch back to English. Merci, Larry.
Thank you, Larry. It is both a pleasure and a duty to be with you tonight in this pivotal moment that Canada and the world are going through. Today I will talk about a rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality.
Wait, is he going to do this entire speech in French first?
Presented as inevitable. As
going through. Today I will talk about a rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality, where geopolitics, where the large main power geopolitics is submitted to no limits, no constraints. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially intermediate powers like Canada, are not powerless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values, such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
it seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with a greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window: "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful, and American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain, no longer works.
And you know, at this point, you know, he gives an example of under like the Soviet system of compliance under authoritarianism, right? And I would just read one of the opening quotes from Antonio Gramsci. The old world is dying, the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. And I feel this, even more concisely than his example, really sums up where things are geopolitically. Mark Carney is a neolib, right? Mark Carney is a, you know, very much a stand for capitalism, very much a stand for, you know, international trade and whatnot. But the issue here that he is pointing out is that the old world is dying. The order propped up by American imperialism and self-interested pushing for trade deals has been broken by Donald Trump. And I just have to say, like, we're now in a very scary time because now is the time of monsters. You look around the entire Trump administration, everyone in leadership is a monster. You've got people who are covering for agents who will shoot mothers in the face. You've got heads of our intelligence services who are throwing tantrums about jet skis and openly, proudly declaring that they don't read. You've got the President of the United States warmongering against nations that have only been good allies to us. You've got a concentrated effort to cover up for incredibly wealthy men and women who have sexually abused children. You have warmongering against the world entire coming from the United States. And that is going to be it's going to be an incredibly rough transition. And I don't think people in the United States really get it yet. A lot of folks here in the US do not understand the damage that the Trump administration has done abroad, largely due to the fact that most Americans are very much preoccupied with the conditions here in America rather than what is going on internationally. But we are entering a new era, and the question now becomes, do the monsters overtake us all, or do we defeat the monsters? Are we overtaken by the oligarchs and the fascists, or do we defeat them, and in defeating them decide our new future? The question here is, which way do we go? How do we handle fascism and oligarchy? It is scary for sure for Canadians' eyes. I believe it. I believe it. And we need to fight these guys. Like, my fellow Americans. We need to fight our monsters. We need to stop them here so that they don't become other people's problems in an even bigger way in the future. We need to slay our own monsters.
Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as a weapon.
Also, A Rider M, I am gonna ban you just because you are being very irritating. Not because of you being a conservative. It's just you're being very irritating.
Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
I'm sorry, Salmon Moose. I should have let you take that one. My bad.
The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable.
By the way, the unspoken thing here is also when it comes to military. You know, if you can no longer rely on the United States for any of these other aspects, you can also no longer rely on the United States for military aid. Part of the breaking of this international order is going to be nuclear proliferation, where every nation, in order to try and secure itself from US aggression, will be trying to get their hands on nuclear weapons. And there will be no international order to prevent them from doing so.
A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability.
Will NATO save us from our own tyrant wannabe? Look, if we get to the point where NATO needs to fight the United States, they're not fighting us to save us from Trump. They're fighting because it's an existential threat. To the extent that NATO exists anymore, it is only between all NATO nations and not the United States.
To withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared.
When I talk to you guys about the importance of organizing locally, part of the reason for that is because we really need to win. We really need to win the midterms. We need to win the midterms. We need to win, Congress back, and we need to curtail the madness of the king. That is really geopolitically important at this point. And the idea that, oh, well, NATO will maybe come and save us. No, we can't wait for that. We cannot wait for that. If you are anxious, put your energy into organizing locally with your local Dems and your local DSA. We have folks in our community who are set up to help you do that. We got to do that thing. We got to do that thing. It is hard, but we got to do it. If you need help, join the Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA. We need to do that shit.
Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality, we must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that.
You know what, Forlorn 79, your appeal to a 2-week timeout moved my heart. I have been merciful.
That our old comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically, with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence, given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building.
Politicians love it when you can do something like that. We're no longer relying on the strength of our values, but the value of our strength. Politicians are suckers for that. They love it.
That strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defence Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. In the past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur.
Yeah, I mean, again, I did open this up by saying Mark Carney is like a neolib. Like he's like a Bill Clinton type, you know, like he's not exactly a far leftist, you know. But what he's talking about here are the geopolitical consequences of the insane actions, the deranged actions of the Trump administration. And I mean, he does an excellent job conveying that, you know? So I think where we're kind of at here is that, like, most of us here do not agree with Mark Carney politically. But he's doing an excellent job articulating the fracture, as he said at the beginning. The fracture within the world order. And we're all going to be in for a bumpy ride.
We're doing something else. To help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic-Baltic Gate, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon radar, in submarines, in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs over Greenland and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new trading bloc of 1.5 billion people. On critical minerals, we're forming buyers' clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on their institutions. It's building coalitions that work, issues by issue, with partners who share enough common ground to act together. In some cases, this will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities.
And I do want to stress, it would not be impossible for the United States to potentially re-enter and reintegrate into the world order that, or the balance of power, perhaps, that Mark Carney is describing here. But the United States will not be operating in the same capacity or in the same position of power that it has been up until this point. And that might be a severe blow to the pride of many conservatives here in the United States. But you know what? Fuck them. They got us into this mess already. It's our job to get us out and to treat our allies as they deserve to be treated, as allies.
Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not. But when we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor, or to combine to create a third path with impact. We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel. What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality. Stop invoking rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised. Call it what it is: a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion.
And I mean, essentially what he's laying out here is, you know, what has been laid bare is the nature of things where might makes right. And if we want to continue, those of us who are not individually as nations mighty, we need to band together in complex webs and agreements in order to collectively make ourselves stronger. Like, his argument here is essentially, if we are to enter into an honest age of great power rivalry, then we must make ourselves great powers by working together.
It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window. It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building a strong domestic economy. It should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada. Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy superpower. We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world. Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And we have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but. A partner that builds and values relationships for the long term. And we have something else. We have a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and a most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together. That is Canada's path. We choose it openly and confidently, and it is a path wide open to any country willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
So essentially what you all just witnessed there was the formal breaking of the world. That speech kind of really solidified everything we already knew. You know, what I talked about almost a year ago when J.D. Vance gave his speech to the military leadership of Europe and basically called them children and demeaned them and belittled them and demanded like a petulant child that they all pay more. We talked then on this stream about how this was a really fucking big deal. But this is where all of like the world leaders came out and said it to the world, in front of the world, to all of us. This is broken. This is broken. It is not getting fixed. We are not going to continue to try and fix it. It is broken, and we must find a better way forward. This is like one of the most closest, intimatest allies the United States has breaking ties with us. This is a declaration, in a sense, of geopolitical conflict. You know, like a formal accepting of the challenge that Trump has issued to the world. To say, okay, We are going to meet that challenge, and we are going to band together. And good luck to you. Best of luck. Let's see how throwing that big military of yours around the world. Let's see how well that works for you when the rest of us, smaller powers, work together to oppose you and in our own best interests. No longer are we going to be serving American imperialism. No longer are we going to be serving American geopolitical interest. We are going to be serving our collective interest with equal weight given to each of us. And I think that this is this is a speech that is going to be in history books. Yeah, Ping Squirrel. I think so. I know he, like, Mark Carney himself is not like the most charismatic speaker. He's not like the most exciting guy. You know, he comes from bank world, you know? And in bank world, you don't want to be exciting. You don't want to be flashy. You want to be solid and dependable. And that, for me, is one of the things that really struck me about this speech, which is that this is a solid, slow-moving, dependable kind of guy. The kind of guy who has built his entire career off of being a respectable, dependable guy. And in this circumstance, he is operating as that respectable, dependable leader. And that is where this break is coming from. It's not coming from an off-the-cuff decision. It is not coming from, a place of, closely held emotion and rancor. It's coming from, well, this just makes sense. It's done. It's broken. And we're moving on. And it's a really, really bad situation for the United States. The isolationism that a lot of folks here seem to want is not something that they're actually going to enjoy. And when we do get it, and we have isolated ourselves from every corner of the earth, the idea that this fascist persecution of trans people or Hispanic people or people of color in general is going to stop or scale down. No, it's going to scale up. Because that's what fascists do. They scale it up and they scale it up and they scale it up until the entire system implodes. They're going to do as much damage as they can before they go. And so what is super important here is to get organized. The more we get organized, the more we work together, the more we stand for each other and next to each other, the safer we'll be and the more effective we will be fighting back against this fascist, leadership. Because we need to get them out somehow, guys. We need to build up a power that leaves no doubt that they must leave. There cannot be a shadow of a doubt by the time elections roll around. Otherwise, they're just going to try and find another cockamamie way of holding on to power. They tried to do it last time. They're going to do it again. And we need to get organized to prevent that. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And if you're just like, oh, I can't be bothered to join either of those, figure out a group you can organize with. Like, I genuinely, at the end of the day, I don't care where or who you're getting organized with, as long as they are committed to effective action. As long as they are going to show up and act electorally and also out in the community. If you need help joining your local DSA, join the Discord, reach out to Gamergy. If you need help joining your local Dems and radicalizing them, join the Discord, reach out to Dragonfly. We have people in this community that are dedicated to helping you make this a reality. Dedicated to helping you fight. We got other orgs in the command. If you use !organize, the bot will give you links to No Kings, links to Indivisible, like join Tesla Takedown. Like, there are so many different groups out there that you can get involved with, but get involved with some of them and show the fuck up. Okay? You gotta show the fuck up. Because we know what the alternative is, don't we? Here's Donald Trump during his speech. It's a 17-second long clip. You know, because remember, at the beginning of this, I wanted to juxtapose these two. Here's Donald Trump talking about Greenland.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we don't know that they'd be there for us.
Cool. He's now talking about Iceland, and while in the middle of threatening Greenland, he also threatened Iceland. And when The Intercept reached out to the Trump White House to ask, did you mean to say Iceland or did you mean to say Greenland, and you got confused? Well, we have the answer. While threatening Greenland, Trump also threatens Iceland. Until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me, Trump said, speaking of European leaders. In a speech about annexing Greenland, Donald Trump on Wednesday also appeared to announce plans for the United States to annex Iceland. In a rambling and sometimes incoherent address at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Trump announced U.S. designs on the Nordic island nation. Until the last few days, when I told them about Iceland, they loved me, Trump said of European leaders. What I am asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. He added that NATO is not there for us on Iceland. Our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt, Taylor Rogers, and Anna Kelly all failed to respond to repeated requests by email for clarification about whether the commander-in-chief meant to threaten Iceland or misspoke when he meant to say Greenland, a country that he has vowed to take by any means necessary. When a News Nation reporter tweeted that Trump appeared to mix up Greenland and Iceland, Leavitt claimed the journalist had the facts wrong. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is, Leavitt tweeted. In his remarks, Trump stated that all the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, suggesting his references to Iceland were mistakes. But that's the thing, isn't it? We have no idea. We have no idea if in his deranged pea brain, he thought, hey, let's invade Iceland too. Or if he genuinely got Iceland and Greenland confused. I can't, guys. I can't. It's insane. We are being run by an insane person. Like, his brain is gone. It's just fucking gone. And like, dude, in the aftermath of the World Economic Forum, with many world leaders clowning on Donald Trump because of what an inarticulate dipshit he was, he went on just like a massive social media posting binge to shit talk all of them. Like, he's just, in the span of like 2 hours, he tweeted like once a minute. Like, it's just crazy. Just lashing out at his enemies. And I have to say, guys, we have to deal with this shit. We have to step up and deal with it. It cannot be that, like, oh, we're gonna wait around until the world deals with him. Like, that's not gonna happen. And if that does happen, then we're in a lot deeper shit than just like, oh, they're gonna they're gonna like bomb the White House and then that's gonna be the end of it. That's not how that works. But a lot of people are just fixated on this idea that someone somewhere is gonna do the thing. Someone out there is going to be the one to lead the revolution or lead the resistance or lead, insert activity. Like, but that's not how this works. And that's not what is going to happen. Instead, it is going to take a coalition made up of millions of working, everyday people just like you, just like me, who work together and do their bit and try and move the needle until we get this clown out. It is going to take all of us working together. And I know that that is not a very satisfying thing to say because people want to feel like folks got a plan. People want to feel like there's leadership that is going to get this done. And like we don't have that. And I don't know that we're going to have a clear leadership in the months and years ahead. And we have to be our own leaders. We have to rise up as a nation full of leaders. In a situation where, any one of us could be disappeared by ICE, could be disappeared by Homeland Security, but we must make a movement that is not dependent on any one of us. Right? I was watching for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I know it's not MLK Day now, but I was watching an interview with Martin Luther King Jr. on the Merv Griffin show. And I know, random, right? But what struck me in that interview was just, he's just a guy. I think a lot of folks spend a lot of time watching the speeches and watching, the moments, reading Letter from a Birmingham Jail, reading the writings, reading the books. But I think sometimes people miss that MLK was, at the end of the day, just a guy. He he talked about, like, wow, always something going on in New York, huh? Like, just little comments, human comments. And I just want to say, like, we need that. We need more people. Each and every one of you can be a leader. And we need each and every one of you to step up, however you can. So, folks, again, get organized. Reach out to Dragonfly to radicalize your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy to help make your local DSA more effective. Do the things, folks. And let's start being the leaders we want to see in the world, huh? With that being said, hit that like button. Let me know what you think down in the comments. And comments longer than 8 words generally do better. I don't know why. The algorithm. Subscribe. Consider monetarily supporting stream if you haven't yet. And also, folks, consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, folks. New styles, new colors coming soon. I think it's lovely. I'm actually wearing it right now. So, super comfy, and check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Woo! Already got the site saved? Hell yeah, Nari Sunflower. I can't tell you're wearing it at all. Good, I guess. How's the shoulder? It is doing a lot better. Still not 100%, but it's doing a lot better. I've been doing some stretches, and that has helped. Oof. Folks, we've now been going for 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider supporting the stream with your sweet, sweet $1 dues. You guys make this show possible. I don't have any sponsors. You guys are the sponsors. And also, hey, I appreciate each and every one of you. I do want to say, though, shout out to YouTube chat today. Making Riverboat chat look like a bunch of chumps. It's really quite impressive. Usually it is very much the reverse. But YouTube really upping your game lately. Hell yeah. Yeah, look, if you guys want to see impeachment actually succeed, we need to retake the House and Senate, okay? So get fucking organized. What about us on Twitch? Okay, you on Twitch are not even close to YouTube. Heck yeah, we cool over here. Yeah. Got a bunch of green names in YouTube chat. Does Imogene Olivia ship to Japan? Is it affordable? I believe there's a shipping calculator on the website. Like Imogene Olivia does ship internationally. The price might be pricey, but you can definitely check on the site. If impeachment meant removal, that would mean something, but it doesn't. Yeah, but that's why we need to retake the Senate too. Like the entire premise is if you can take the majority in the House and the Senate, then you can get impeachment and also possibly a conviction. Join your local Dems and give them a spine! A spine for every Democrat! A chicken in every pot! Or a pot in every chicken. If you want to get a little bit silly with it, you know? So when he was successfully impeached twice? Yeah, because the impeachment, all it does is essentially bring charges against the president. If the president gets impeached, charges have been brought against him, and then the Senate acts as a jury. So what needs to happen in order to actually remove a president via impeachment is impeach him, and then there needs to be a conviction in the Senate, which I think takes 2/3 majority. But if you've successfully shattered Republican power to the extent that you have a majority in the Senate, it becomes a lot more viable and easier to make the case that the few Republicans that remain in the Senate should turn on Donald Trump. That's the calculus anyway. Like, for example, it's a lot easier to get, what, 10, 9, 6 Republicans to flip than it is to get, 20 to flip. Dragonfly, seriously grateful to all of you who have taken the time to start working in your local Dems. It is super inspiring to see you guys actually doing that shit. I'd like 1 pots to put in my chicken. Yeah, how many milligrams in that one, sweetie? I'm concerned ICE is pre-positioned in the blue cities to steal the election. Well, the response I have to that is don't let them do that. Which I know is easier said than done, but also, like, don't let them do that. It's not going to be easy to oppose the fascists, but we have to stand up and do our part. Don't let them do that. I'm on the campaign staff for Senate candidate Karishma Manzoor. Cool. What do you think is a good strategy to counter the voter suppression that will likely be attempted by ICE? Honestly, like, looking back to civil rights days, during the civil rights era, like, African Americans had to contend with, like, armed people showing up to try and intimidate them away from voting. And you know what? They showed up anyway. Like, the solution to that is you organize groups of people to go en masse. Take 100 and go vote together? Yeah, organize your block. Organize all the houses on your block to go together. Organize everyone in your apartment building to go together. Maybe organize people in your community to, like, be poll watchers so that you can show up and make sure no one's fucking around at the polls. Like, then you get your group to go to the polls, and then you go on voting day and you go, like, guard other polling locations. Like, if you think, like, let me put it this way. If you think Minnesota and, like, the resistance movement you're seeing right now in Minnesota is going to be, like, cowed come midterm elections this year, no. Every fucking day, more people get enraged. More people get angry. More people lose their fucking shit at what ICE is doing on the streets. And you know what? People are going to remember that come later this year. And they're going to use all those organizing apparatuses, and they're going to orient them around making sure people can go vote. They like I guarantee you there are people in this state that will be damned before ICE prevents them from showing up at a polling location. Does anyone else they think they try to do a January 6th type thing again, or is it just me? I mean, I think they'll look. I'm not saying they're not going to try to do voter suppression. I'm not saying they're not going to try to do, like, a January 6th type deal. But what I am saying is I don't think people are going to be, one, as lenient as they were last time, and two, as restrained as they were last time. I don't think these people are going to like it if they try it again. Let me put it that way. Don't let yourself be shown up by Mildred from the Canasta Club. Mildred will vote. Armed thugs or no. Yeah, no kidding. I hope it doesn't escalate anymore. ICE is almost certainly going to escalate it more. And we in Minnesota are going to be tut-tutted by Dem officials who have done exactly diddly shit to help us. And be like, don't take the bait. Yet again. Every single fucking time. Don't take the bait. Do you accept Christians who might disagree on LGBT issues but hate fascists? I'll accept anyone who hates fascists, but I'm gonna be real with you, dog. As a trans person, coming in and telling me, do you accept people who are bigoted against you? Generally, no. Generally, I'm gonna tell you to fuck off. But if you want to fight fascists, you're welcome to stay. But just know that anti-LGBTQ shit don't fly here. Keep that shit to yourself. Like, I'm sorry. My partner had rocks thrown at her by Christians at her prom when she was a teenager. Bunch of Christians brought their own fucking rocks to stone children with. So I have a very low tolerance for that. But if you keep that shit to yourself, we're not going to have a problem, are we? We got to be pragmatic sometimes. I actually don't have to be pragmatic. I'm going to tell you one more time. Keep that shit to yourself. And we won't have a problem. All right? Also, pro tip, if you are a bigot, don't come into a room full of queer people and say, hey, everyone, I'm a bigot. Don't do that. It's a really stupid thing to do. God. Let's see. Listen, they're called algorithms because Al Gore invented the internet. Can I just say that apparently one of the there was one person at Davos who heckled Donald Trump. Wait, no, heckled Harold Lutnick. Or wait, was it Trump? Yeah. All right, just real quick. This is just like a little funny. This is probably why Donald Trump was so fucking angry. World leaders openly heckled Trump official during Davos speech. Former US Vice President Al Gore booed. Yeah, they booed Howard Lutnick. Oh, God. We're here at Davos to make one thing crystal clear. With President Trump, capitalism has a new sheriff in town. Fuck. That's such a stupid thing to say. Oh, fuck. God, he deserved to be booed for that one. he deserved to be dunked on for that. Woo! I'm sure you're joking, but I feel the need to point out that Al Gore never claimed he invented the internet. That's a lie by conservatives. Yeah, and we all know Ashley J. Curtis helped to invent the internet, not Al Gore. God. Y'all should check out my interview with one of our top mods, Ashley J. Curtis. I did an interview with her, and it was lovely. And she's led a very interesting life, and helped to invent the internet. So cool stuff. Are you still anti-accelerationist? I'm always anti-accelerationist. In my mind, being an accelerationist is deliberately making things worse because you think you are going to be able to control how things get worse from there and then make things better. But that's not how that goes. Yeah, I want to make things good, not bad. It's true, Salmon Moose. It's like starting an avalanche and saying, I can control this because I started it. Yeah, I think that's a good analogy. Yeah. I love you guys. I love you guys. All right. Oh boy, we have a lot to talk about. Okay. All right. Folks, we've been going for about 4 hours. Remember to click that button and hit that song button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click All right, folks, I am going to take like a 5-minute stretch break because I'm old and I need to stretch. And when I get back, we are going to talk about Minneapolis ICE and organizing and the general strike that is on for, as we speak now, it is the 23rd today. So let's talk about it. But I will be back in a few minutes. See you all on the other side.
I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. genocide, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas to Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
content is bursting the seams. Politics being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
These are Woody Guthrie's words. He wrote this song in around 1950. Fred Trump was Woody's landlord, and U.S. Elevator put some music to it. It's called Old Man Trump.
I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he's stirred in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drawed that color line down here at his Beach Haven Family Project. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain, and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk to go. I said no, no, man Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. I'm yelling out a welcome to you and your man both, welcoming you to live here at Beach Haven, to love it any way you please, and have some kind of decent place to raise your kids up in. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain, and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain, and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk could go. I said no, no, man Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. Oh no, no, man Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. Take it away, Brian. I said, no, no, man, Trump, beach haven ain't my home. No, no, man, Trump, beach haven ain't my home. No, no, man, Trump, beach haven ain't my home.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Whew. It's making me feel things like a piece of art or something. Yeah. Woody Guthrie. Man, resonates. I know someone that might be going to Minneapolis to protest on their own, and I worry about them. Do you have any advice? My advice would be don't go alone. Like, number one rule of going to a protest in a highly charged environment: don't go by yourself. Feeling very Rage Against the Machine right now? Fuck yeah. Folks, y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump into some fucking bullshit? Don't tread on us, baby. You mess with Minnesota, you get the loon. Did y'all hear about Weird Al doing a straight cover of Rage Against the Machine? Not a parody, a straight cover? Oh, I bet that was badass. Don't Tread on Us hits diff, doesn't it? Wait, we haven't been waiting in BS all this time? I'm scared now? Yeah. Alright. Y'all ready? Here we go. Which song did he cover? He covered, that song called Old Man Trump. The song about Fred Trump by, Woody Guthrie. And Weird Al did Killing in the Name. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, folks. I am going to be turning off alerts. If you have any alert donos, do them now. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5
Shut
tier 1
down
subs.
and see the fascists on your street. Shut down and fight to combat if you can. Shut down and see the bloodshed by your feet. Shut down, shut down.
Was that a Les Miserables reference, Sake? Ah, it was a Les
And
Mis
save your fellow
reference.
ma.
Shut down and see the fascists on your street. Shut down and fight to combat if you can. Shut down and see the bloodshed by your feet. Shut down and save your fellow man. Hi everyone, my name's Gavrush! Okay, I'm done. God. I enjoyed that way too much. Thank you, Sake Tanuki. Don't tempt me with the show tunes. Gavroche, of course, would be an Uber driver in this reimagining. Don't let me go too far down this rabbit hole, chat. Don't let me do it. All right. I watched the old video of some military choir group doing a Les Mis song. We just yeah, just real quick. Just real quick, in case I know a lot of shit has happened between now and last year, but this is burned into my brain as being one of the most surreal fucking things I've ever seen. Right? This was during Trump's inauguration. This actually happened. This was real.
Most of them are gone. Tomorrow we'll discover what our God in heaven has in store. One more dawn, one more day, one day
I just, that... Obviously, like, everyone in that choir band knows what the fuck Les Mis is. I don't know how many people in the audience, though, are familiar with that song or its context, but, yeah. Gonna be real, been very stressed and depressed lately, drank some water to reset mentally, and what was that, Jack? It was one of those things that just gets lodged in my memory, and I never forget it. Like, the clapping seals don't realize the song is targeting them? Yeah, no kidding. Even a Marine theater kid is still a theater kid? True. This is the gay shit, what? Isn't Les Mis... Yeah, okay, I guess I should explain. Yeah, Les Mis is about the French Revolution. Well, not specifically the French Revolution. It's about, like, the French in revolution. Like, it's about a doomed student revolution in France. Like, almost everyone in the musical dies. and it... Like, it's specifically the military comes in and kills all of the idealistic revolutionaries. And so, like, Yeah. Yeah, the book is a lot richer and wider ranging, of course, but holy fuck, that musical is insane. I would say it's better than Moulin Rouge. Spoilers. I'm sorry I did Victor Hugo dirty. Yeah, the book is quite large. Did you did you know the title is French for The Miserables? You guys get me. Sake Tanuki's got my number too. Like, goddamn, 7 subs to make a Les Miserables tangent. Well done, sir. Also, folks.
You and then you.
Scipio of the house.
Scipio of the house. Master of the house, but talking about my cat Scipio.
Oh, Jacques the Whipper? Yeah, I love this guy.
You know what? That's. I'm sorry, you got outbid before you even got your chance. That is good. All right, especially while I'm wearing this coat. Hang on, let me just show off my little cockade here, which you can now get at jackthewhipper.com. It was made by Ember Glow Gaming. Scipio of the house. If you are not familiar with my cat on Instagram, follow him on Instagram. He is a dumb orange cat who has no fangs, so he constantly looks like an orc general. Scipio of the house. He must do his screams. He must attack and claw and be mean. Everybody loves the Scipio. He is just an orange cat. He eats a lot and sometimes we call him a shat. It's French. While he attacks, he wants a snack. He would like to be the cutest little cat. Everybody loves the Scipio. Everybody loves the boy. Even when I pat him on the head and he gets annoyed.
That's so cool.
Did I miss anything else about Scipio? Did I miss anything? No? All right, cool. Yeah, with 0 brain cells, we got it. All right. Whippy show!
Yeah, so Jacques the Whipper, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory, is a wonderful content creator that does like songs and dances with whips and can just pull out musical theater out of improv out of whim. Very talented. Oh, I bet he's wonderful to see live. He killing it? Yeah. And he's not even kinky. I don't know if I believe that. He's doing a D&D campaign soon? That's pretty cool. I bet he runs a dope D&D campaign.
He's also a Seattle NPR commentator.
What? Okay, what? I didn't know that part. And I feel like I need one more what in there. What? Can I get a link to that? Can I get a link to his NPR commentating? A Boston NPR commentator? Can I get a link to his commentating? Is there a non-zero chance that I could actually get this guy on my show? Jacques the Whipper NPR. Are you fucking crazy? From 2010 to 2023, he was a radio anchor and producer at WBUR in Boston, Massachusetts. What? I'm sorry. I'm just reading his Wikipedia page right now. So his actual name is John Andrew Lepers. His stage name is Jacques the Whipper. Born in Waco, Texas, to John Lepers, a circus clown and variety performer, and Linda van Blercom, an anthropology professor. As a child, he would join his father traveling with the Big Apple Circus and perform with bullwhips and throwing knives, which he started learning at the age of 7. What? He has a quote. He has a quote on here. Growing up in normal school, being the son of a circus parent, I was not the most popular person. They never let me forget that I was from the circus. In 2013, I suddenly noticed that a lot of people were getting into the circus arts. I was like, where was this 6 years ago? Holy fuck. And he has a degree in journalism from Emerson? And he also has a Guinness Book World Record for most whip cracks with one hand in 60 seconds. What a wild, incredible life. People are so interesting and cool. Imagine if, like, there's another reality where, like, my show, instead of having to talk about, like, the existential horrors of the world, I could just, like, talk about cool-ass guys like that. Can we please watch that video again to round this out? Let's see. Okay, yeah, sure.
Hi there, I'm Jack the Whipper, and today I'm going to show you how to whip some wieners. Now, there are a lot of ways you can whip your wiener. You can whip just the tip, Or you can whip further down on the shaft. You can whip it when it's hanging low, or you can whip it when it's fully erect. You can whip it out of your own hand. Just make sure you're wearing a rubber glove, of course. Or you can whip it in between your legs. But remember, however you choose to whip your wiener, don't forget to clean up afterwards. Happy whipping. Hi there, I'm Jack.
Okay, who said this guy wasn't kinky? Who said it? You're wrong. You're wrong. I saw how smug he was after each one of those. That was me. What a legend, indeed. I wasn't subscribed, and now I am. I fixed it. You should all go subscribe too. Lordy, that man knows how to whip a wiener. Oh, God. Alright. Y'all. Woo! Folks, last call for subs prior to jumping into our serious segment. We're gonna have our alerts turned off. I'll read them after, I'll read subs and donos afterwards, but we're gonna be muting it for now. Jess, I hope you're okay. Hello.
They forced him to play Bard. There have been consequences.
They knew what they were signing up for when they forced him to play a bard. They knew. They knew. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat, Bluevius. Good night, Dragonfly. Okay. Here we go. Alerts are going off. Go. The pole dancing archer guy is also going to be part of the D&D game? Fuck, I have to watch this now. They're all cool. Okay. So, folks, we gotta talk about what ICE is doing in Minneapolis and what folks here in Minneapolis are doing about ICE. And to start out, I haven't been able to get the picture of this child out of my head for the last day or so. I have not been able to get this picture out of my head. ICE detaining a 5-year-old child who was walking home from preschool. This rips me up inside because this kid, they took his dad and then they took him and then they used him to try and bait other members of his family to come outside so that they could deport them too. It's grotesque. And I wanted to, again, just kind of catch up where we're at with this story. So here was the local reporting on that yesterday.
The Columbia Heights School District says that 4 of their students have been detained by ICE agents over the last few weeks, including a 5-year-old boy who was taken into custody on his way home from school yesterday afternoon. School officials say Liam Ramos was riding home with his father when federal agents approached their car. Family members say they didn't know where he was for nearly 24 hours. But their lawyer confirms that the 5-year-old is now being held at a detention facility in Texas. School officials confirm at least 1 other student is currently detained in Texas, and they are working to locate 2 other students who were taken by ICE. The Columbia...
They don't know where... Half of the students who were taken, they don't know where they are.
Heights School.
It's sickening. This, by the way, that picture, it's on the front page of the Star Tribune tomorrow. That picture of that little boy, Liam. This is the front page, by the way. Like, everything on the front page right now in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, is all about this. All about ICE. And guess what? It is ICE disappearing children. It is ICE arresting American citizens. It is a preschooler being detained. ICE violating the 4th Amendment that protects against unconstitutional search and seizures. It is ICE brutalizing an already subdued protester. And it is J.D. Vance saying, no, all that's okay. And, like, I gotta say, things here in Minnesota are, I feel like, getting to a head, okay? I mean, like, we have gotten to the point where Homeland Security is putting out messages like, ICE did not target a child, that child was abandoned, and, like, no, he wasn't. He was with his dad. You abducted his dad. And then you abducted his kid and used his kid as bait. As a hostage. Like, what the... Here are the teachers at the school.
As of today, 4 of our students, our children, have been detained by ICE.
That is a local school superintendent today saying agents have detained several students. Reg Chapman was at the press conference this afternoon. So, Reg, sort of hard to hear that.
Extremely hard to hear, Aaron. The district says 4 children in Columbia Heights have been detained by ICE. Just yesterday, they say 2 children were detained by ICE, including a 17-year-old on his way to school, taken from his car and taken away. Now, then in the afternoon, a 5-year-old child, Liam Ramos, was taken with his father while on the driveway after just arriving home from his preschool classroom. School officials say the child was used as bait. They say agents made little Liam knock on the door to ask to be let in order to see if anyone else was home.
Why detain a 5-year-old?
Literally cartoon villain bullshit. Literally, like, you've probably seen this very scenario play out with, like, Skeletor.
You can't tell me that this child is going to be classified as a violent criminal. 2 weeks ago, a 10-year-old student, 4th grader, was taken by ICE agents on her way to elementary school with her mother. During the arrest, the child called her father on the phone to tell him that ICE agents were bringing her to school. The father immediately came to the school to find that both his daughter and wife had been taken.
Now, school officials say both children and their parent are being held in a detention center in Texas. They say Liam's family is following U.S. legal parameters and has an active asylum case with no order of deportation. The school says the other two students, they don't know exactly what happened to them.
Like, they're taking people who are here legally, who are doing all of the right things, who are abiding by our laws. They're just taking folks. It doesn't matter. And like, when we are talking about this, the framing that has been applied in the past is like, well, are they getting the violent criminals? Well, are they getting people who could arguably not like be here? Maybe they're doing the legal technicalities. There are no legal technicalities here. They abducted a grown adult man and his 5-year-old child, and then tried to bait the rest of their family with said child based on no order of deportation. There was no call to take this man. They were doing everything right. And so when you ask, like, or when people ask, why are people in Minnesota getting all up in arms? Why can't they just stop resisting? It's because we can't. Because the right thing to do is to fight these bullies, to fight these masked intruders until they leave. We want them to go the fuck home. We want them to, trundle back to the middle of nowhere, Ohio, or some bumfuck nowhere area of Texas, and leave us the fuck alone. Because 95% of these guys are not from anywhere around here, and they joined up specifically so that they could attack, like, indigenous people, Hispanic people, non-white people, queer people, etc. And that's what they're doing. It's the way they get their jollies. And behind the scenes, some of them are getting bonuses for bringing people in, even if those people are citizens or aren't even, like, have orders for deportation out. They're just looking for easy targets to either beat up, to make themselves feel like big, strong men, or to use for some kind of monetary bonus behind the scenes. They're going after anyone they think is vulnerable. The poor, children, gays, non-white folk, immigrants. They're going after anyone they think is vulnerable, and it is terrifying. It is awful here. It is awful to have to make, like, the calculation of, do you go to the store for groceries? Is it safe? Have you heard any whistles lately? Is it okay to, like, try and go and buy food? These people are terrorists. And it is untenable. Here is an update on Liam, by the way.
Liam and his dad did enter the United States at a port of entry to seek asylum through the CBP One app at the Brownsville border crossing. So they did everything right when they came in. They used the app, they made an appointment.
By the way, this app that he's mentioning, the app that they encouraged folks to use if they were coming into the country seeking asylum, ICE is mining that for vulnerable people who are going to be easy to bring in. Just as an FYI, that is one of the reasons that ICE targeted this family.
And they came to the border and presented themselves to Customs and Border Patrol. They've shared all of their information with the government, and they were following the process.
Why are those individuals unable to enter the United States legally? They did enter the United States legally. That's the thing a lot of you fucks don't understand. To ask for asylum, you enter the United States. That's how asylum works. That is the legal first step of seeking asylum. When you guys are like, why didn't they come in legally? They did. But you bitch asses don't bother to even learn what that process is, do you? Instead, you just sit there on your fat asses saying, oh, well, they just do it the legal way. And you never even fucking think about what that entails, what that costs, how they do that, and if there might not be a better way. And instead, you just like sit there and you try and judge each and every one of these horror stories as if it is not the fault of ICE agents who are going around shooting moms in the face and scooping up goddamn children off the streets and beating teenagers. Instead of saying, hey, maybe that's wrong, maybe we shouldn't have a federal government empowered to, like, kidnap kids and assault schools, you guys are like, nah, maybe those people being assaulted are wrong, though. Maybe, you know what? Actually, they're the ones who deserve to get assaulted more. It's fucking evil is what it is. And if you've never thought about it, I'm encouraging you to think about it now. What reason did ICE have to detain this man? They didn't have one. That's the part you guys aren't fucking understanding. Is that they aren't having any reasons to go after people here. They're going after American citizens. On the front page of the local newspaper tomorrow, there's a story about a Somali American citizen who was detained by ICE for several days, assaulted, beaten, and she's like 19 years old, man. And you're like, well, they must have had a reason. No, they don't have a fucking reason. These people roll up in the middle of intersections, stop, throw gas grenades into the middle of a busy goddamn street. They don't give a fuck. They drive around in unmarked vans looking for people who are walking by themselves that they think fit like the racial profile that they're looking for, and then they jump out, and within a handful of seconds, they have those people tied up and they throw them into a van. It's a goddamn kidnapping, is what it is. And you guys, who aren't dealing with any of this, because it hasn't gotten to you yet, motherfucker, you guys are all like, well, maybe that person that they tied up was in the wrong, though. By the way, I support small government. Well, guess what, motherfucker? This small government now has agents that are violating your Fourth Amendment rights. They just put out a whistleblower just revealed a memo the other day that DHS has been passing around verbally so that they don't write anything down, telling ICE trainers and senior officers that they don't need to get a warrant from a goddamn judge to break into your house. All they have to do is have an ICE agent say, I think that there's someone in there that we need to talk to about an immigration case. And then they can break into your house, guns drawn, at will. That is what they are trying to tell each other. And like, you guys had the fucking audacity to come into this chat and tell me what I see happening in my city isn't happening. Or even worse, that it is happening, but it's all good. It's all right. It's totally normal and fine that all of the small businesses that line the downtown streets have to lock their doors because ICE agents otherwise have been barging in, throwing gas grenades, and trying to arrest people en masse. Specifically, they've been targeting queer businesses and also businesses that are donating food, for example, to folks who are too scared to go outside. Like, I got news for you, motherfucker. One of the stories here is how there's a 12-year-old girl here in Minneapolis. On the morning of January 17th, 17 in southern Minneapolis, something very ordinary happened. A 12-year-old girl got her period for the first time. Everything that happened after that was out of the ordinary. For the last 2 weeks, federal immigration agents have been on the streets of Minneapolis conducting one of the largest crackdowns in the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign. The Department of Homeland Security says it's getting criminals off the street. Many immigrants and people of color who spoke to NPR say they're terrified of going outside. That's how the simple act of obtaining a menstrual pad for a preteen's first period turned into an underground operation involving a faith leader, multiple neighbors, and a clandestine network of Minneapolis volunteers. We have to make underground fucking railroads here in this city to get a teenage girl a menstrual pad. Because that girl is too terrified to go outside because people who look like her are being disappeared. Man, you people who come in here and you try and justify this shit, it's evil. Fucking check yourself, man. You're like 2 bad weeks away from goose stepping. Fucking check yourself. Here's, again, the update on Liam.
They were just trying to secure safety and persecution for their family from their home country. But ICE didn't care about the fact that they had those pending claims and then just arrested them. But we've now learned through the help of Senator Tina Smith that Liam and his dad are in San Antonio, Texas, at the Dilley facility. Any people that will remember the children in cages from 8 years ago, that's where the government holds family units.
Yeah, cool. So they sent Liam, this 5-year-old boy, to the child in cages camp. Cool. Awesome. Hey, historically, what happened to those children in cages? Were they treated well by DHS staff? Were they were children who were sent to these concentration camps, were they okay? Just out of curiosity. Let me take a look here. Oh, hey, here's from last year. We don't even have to go back that far. Horrific. Report reveals abuse of pregnant women and children at U.S. ICE facilities. Report from Senator John Ossoff's office found 510 credible reports of human rights abuses since Trump's inauguration. Fucking awful. The report cites 18 cases of children as young as 2 years old, including U.S. citizens facing mistreatment in DHS custody, including denying a 10-year-old U.S. citizen recovering from brain surgery any follow-up medical attention, and the detention of a 4-year-old who was receiving treatment for metastatic cancer and was reportedly deported without the ability to consult a doctor. Cool. Cool stuff. I just... It's fucking gross.
Know that detaining children and families is wrong. Immigration violations are civil in nature, and so how can you justify incarcerating a child because of a civil violation, which again is not even accurate here because they entered lawfully through the CBP-1 program. And this family was not eluding ICE in any way. They were following all the established protocols, pursuing their claim for asylum, showing up for their court hearings, and posed no safety, no flight risk, and never should have been detained. Liam and his...
Oh, wow. Cool. They never should have been detained. But, you know, I'm sure ICE is busy catching actual bad guys too, right? What's that? Oh, prosecutors stunned as ICE lets suspected $100 million jewelry heist leave the United States. Jason Nelon Precia Flores, charged with stalking armored truck in 2022, allowed to self-deport to South America. Oh. Okay. A suspect in a $100 million jewelry heist believed to be the largest in U.S. history. But no. This is about catching the bad guys. This is about catching, you know, the criminals. He was facing 15 years in prison, and DHS got their hands on him, and they just were like, yeah, you can go. Like, don't let anyone tell you that this is about, like, catching the criminals. Or catching any... Like, they're letting the criminals go, and they're, like, taking, like, innocent families. It's fucking nuts. Incidentally, I would watch an entire Hollywood film about this guy. Just as a, you know, I know it's totally unrelated, but like a movie about like a con artist type thief who accidentally like lucks into like the biggest jewelry heist of all time and then like is on the run from the cops and then comes up with a great plan to, instead of dealing with cops, go to the dumbest fucking federal law enforcement office, ICE, and just bamboozle the fuck out of them until they let him go. I would watch that movie. But we continue on. I think it is worth noting that of what is happening here, Donald Trump is not popular when it comes to immigration anymore. I think that's pretty important, right? When it comes to immigration, Donald Trump is now 17 points underwater, meaning way more people disapprove of the job he's doing on immigration than approve. This actually is shocking. The data that has come out is bizarre as hell, which is to say that a majority of working class white men now disapprove of ICE. And I want you to just think for a moment how heinous the behavior of ICE has to be for the majority of working class white men to think that ICE has to go. Guess which administration was in power during 2022? Yeah, but this is the miscalculation all of you chuckle fucks make, which is that you think we like Biden. We don't. But the thing is, and I can't believe I have to say this, you stupid son of a bitch. Biden's not in office anymore. Who's the one who's putting ICE agents on every corner in my city? It's not fucking Joe Biden, is it? Who's the one who just had an agent take a 5-year-old boy to Texas? Not fucking Joe Biden, is it? Like, all of you fucking... I mean, just evil. Reprobates. One, you will not see the light of heaven. I can guarantee you that. There's a place firmly reserved for you straight down in hell. And number two, like, get the fuck out of this country, man. There's not room for you here. This country deserves a better quality of person than you. If they entered the United States unlawfully, they should not be here. It's a straightforward matter. Okay, I'm gonna talk to you right now. Did you hear anything I told you earlier? I need you to be so for real with me right now. Are you capable of, like, understanding information? Do I need to use smaller words? Like, is your pea brain incapable? Like, do I need to speak slowly? Because I explained this already. And the answer to it is, they did come in legally, ding dong. But that doesn't seem to matter to you, which is why I think you're just a rank idiot and a racist. So, if the next thing you post in chat isn't like some kind of acknowledgement that you understand that, you're just gonna get banned. Cool. But I do want to say and stress again, a majority of working class white people also now disapprove of ICE. This is according to Gelliot, or sorry, Gelliot, G. Elliot Morris. All right. So I just think it's really interesting. Like, Donald Trump has so fucked the couch, cucking, by the way, JD Vance, that even working class white men disapprove of ICE. It's crazy. You're dumb, lol. The people voted Trump for president to get the illegals out, man. 22% of America voted for Trump. You fucking ass hat. That's not the majority or the people. That is not even a quarter of the population. Like, I cannot handle how stupid you people are. It's wild. Most working class white men voted for Trump, dumbass. Yeah, but guess what? And I know this might be alien to you, but people change their mind over time. And those working class white folk, they don't like ICE anymore. Turns out it's not super popular to just disappear folks' neighbors and shut down local businesses. But I imagine you probably aren't going to be able to figure that out with Trump's dick so far down your throat. Honestly, I'm impressed you can even type while doing that. Like, I don't know, man. It's really fucking weird of you to stand for a pedophile defender. Dude's doing the biggest cover-up of pedophilia in the history of humanity, and you still go to fucking bat for him. What a goddamn fucking sap. Hey, I have a bridge to sell you. If you do a $5,000 dono right now, I will sell you a bridge. You will have all of the rights to all of the cars that travel over it. You know, you can charge them rent or, you know, whatever kind of toll you want, and come up with elaborate riddle games to like make people play in order to pass over the bridge. Like, you can do whatever you want with this bridge. $5,000 right now. It's all yours. I bet this sounds really enticing to you. Muzzleload, I'm sorry you failed the challenge of responding. Good day. You failed. I'm sorry. Scott's been real quiet. Yeah, because Scott knows exactly the kind of man he's defending, because Scott is exactly the kind of man who would love to have the kind of power and influence and access to children that Donald Trump has had. Haha, lefties are so dumb. Where's the criminal conviction, buddy? Yeah, man. Totally. Totally, yeah. So true. I love you guys. You guys like walk into the room and see like a guy being the best friend of the world's biggest pedophile for like a decade. A guy who palled around and talked about how they shared a love of children. And a guy who like wrote him a birthday card talking about all the weird little secrets they shared together. And you guys are just like, huh, where's the conviction? I don't see it. This is why you all cover up for each other's rapes, by the way. Like, the culture that you come from, I know it. I've seen it. I've seen a million guys like you, Scott. Scott, you're the kind of guy who's like, I don't know any rapists. But, you know, you don't talk about your fraternity friend. You know the one. You talk about how, oh man, pedophiles are the worst. We gotta get them. But then you'll go to bat for Jeffrey Epstein. People like you are disgusting, Scott. You will carry water for an administration that sends armed agents of the government to abduct children. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you think it makes you a big man. Maybe it's because you like it restores like some kind of lost confidence that you were denied as a child. I don't know what your deal is. But like something's broken in you, Scott. Something has motivated you to like just come out of the woodwork like a little cockroach to defend the most child rapingest president of all time. Riverboat, they're not trying to tell you what is happening in your city. They're trying to dissuade us. True. They are trying to do that. Don't let them do it. So, all I'm going to say here is you're a piece of shit, Scott. And get the fuck out of my country. We deserve better than you, Scott. I would take every single one of my immigrant neighbors. I would take every single one of the immigrants who live here in Minneapolis. Every single one over you any day, Scott. You have contributed nothing to my life. You have contributed nothing to the lives of the people who live around me and work every day. Get the fuck out of here. Mind your fucking business, Scott. And stop trying to impose a goddamn pedophile on me as president. Not even in your country. Man, that's even more pathetic. You understand that, right? Holy shit. Like, if you're not even in America and you're standing Donald Trump this hard, like, you went out of your way. That's crazy. I'm curious who's Scott? A guy in YouTube chat. God. Unsurprising. I do apologize to whichever nation does host Scott. It must be like a real fucking burden for you over there. I. Anyway, folks, real quick, if you are interested in helping Liam and bringing that 5-year-old home in order to save him from being held indefinitely in ICE detention, there is actually a GoFundMe put together by the family, shared by local city council member Jason Chavez. Here's the GoFundMe. There you go. Basically, this is to fund Liam's legal bills, because apparently this 5-year-old in ICE detention needs a lawyer to represent him. So, folks, consider donating to this GoFundMe to make sure that Liam can afford legal representation and get him back to his family as soon as possible. Because that's the world we live in right now. We live in a world where, as my city and my state is invaded by federal agents, conservatives from around the world point and laugh and try and make light of this awful situation. And I need to appeal to you guys to help crowdfund the legal defense of a 5-year-old child. So, please consider doing that. They kidnapped the child. Yeah, it's worse than they kidnapped the child. They kidnapped this child and then forced him to knock on the door of his home to ask if anyone was there that could let him in so that they could try and get the rest of his family. That's where we're at. Also, he's only one of 4 children that have been disappeared from a local school in Columbia Heights. So, this is happening to all the schools all over the area. People in Minnesota are getting, like, sick to their stomach. They're so angry. I know that because that's how I feel right now. That being said, folks, for this particular section of what is happening right now in Minneapolis, hit the, I'm gonna bring this to a close. I'm real fucking angry. I need to like take a stretch break, and then we'll come back with more of what is going on here in Minneapolis, because it is it gets crazier. But folks, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words, if you are so inclined, and please consider financially supporting the stream as well if you are at all able, because you guys make this show possible. I could not stare into the abyss and do this without your support, so thank you all for watching, and please, we need to get organized. So organize with your local Dems, organize with your local DSA, organize with your local Working Families Party, organize with your local Indivisible. Whatever group you are getting organized with, get organized today, okay? We have folks in our community who can specialize in getting you involved in DSA and in your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help getting involved with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help getting organized with your local Dems. We need to radicalize our Democrats, and we need to make our DSAs more effective, folks. That is the way through this. It is not through flashy one-time acts. It is through consistent and sustained organizing work. And it's not flashy. It is not glamorous, but it is the thing that will see us through these times. It's the only thing we can do. And the more of us that do this, the safer we'll be. And get organized in your corner of the world, folks, because ICE is going to be coming there soon, too. We keep us safe. Democrats are not coming to save us. Republicans sure as shit aren't coming to save us. We need to save ourselves. So get organized. And let's keep on going, folks. Oh, God. Man. Conservatives make me so mad. Their hate blinds them so fucking hard. And a lot of them, they just think it's a game to make, you know, lefties mad. It's like, congrats. I'm already mad. I've been mad the whole time. That's my secret. My secret is that I'm constantly mad about everything. You haven't won by making me mad because I was mad already. They're not conservatives, they're fascists. I mean, I think they're the same thing. The conservative movement here in America is fascist. And I'm not gonna let them, like, weasel out of it and be like, well, we're some of the good conservatives. Like, no, fuck you. I'm not gonna let you guys, like, wash your hands of the fucking bullshit you've thrown on all of us. Functionally, most conservatives are fascists at this point. Exactly. All right, folks. We have more to get through here, but we're gonna transition here into another segment of cool.
Distinguished witnesses for panel 2, and we thank you for
go.
Thanks for
okay. Thanks for shit will definitely get better. It cannot maintain this fucking untenable circumstance forever. The abyss should be reserved for the contestants of Make Some Noise to jump in together at the end of round 3. I agree. Okay, I'm going to take just a short break so I can reset and we can go into this next segment a little bit fresh. I will be right back. We'll play like a song or two, and when I get back, we'll jump into the next one, huh? BRB. And consider supporting the stream!
There they were, screaming from the windows, trapped like a herd, nowhere to go. The 8th and 9th floors, facing an inferno of heat and flames, a living horror show. Young immigrants just trying to earn a living, brutally exploited in a place so unforgiving. One door was locked, the other was blocked. The elevator crashed, the fire escape collapsed. Choking from the smoke, unable to breathe. The fire engines came, but the ladders didn't reach. They started jumping, you could hear the thuds. 62 pools of mangled limbs and blood, 129 women, 17 men. Never see their friends or their family again. When you don't have a union, you don't have a chance. Death and injury will come to dance. The owners, Blank and Harris, were arrested and tried. With money and slick lawyers, justice was denied. But when the dead were buried, 100,000 came. The New Deal was born, it was time for a change. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. Decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. It's either race to the bottom or take the struggle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. On the frontiers of the global wilderness, at the Hamim factory inside Bangladesh, a mirror image from a century before. The fire escape, locked and blocked doors, jumping from the windows of wage slavery down into the sidewalks of eternity. The causes unknown that can't be ignored. Another callous owner like all the ones before. 28 more who didn't have to die. On the altars of greed, it's just another sacrifice. Working for the Gap, Walmart and the rest. Places like Honduras, China, Bangladesh. 28 cents an hour, 7 days a week. A prison tower in a sweatshop factory. Behind the fancy clothes and toys they want to sell ya. Hundreds of fires they just don't tell ya. After decades of struggle, made things better than before. They shut them down and move the jobs offshore. Out of sight, out of mind. They hope we never stop them. Well, they wage their class war and take us to the bottom. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. A decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. See the race to the bottom or take this battle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten. Don't let the message be forgotten. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into barns, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirits never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. I'm so proud of just knowing we were there. We were there. We were there in the mines. Yes, came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line. We raised our voices loud. Proud, just knowing we were there. And our struggle keeps on growing. I'm so proud, just knowing we were there.
Hello, I'm back. How we all doing? You doing good? Got too busy vibing, banger song. It really is a banger song, isn't it? How y'all doing? That song was lovely. Yeah, We Were There by Bev Grant. Doing okay? Oof! Meghar! For the $5 super chat. Did you exercise today? I broke my goddamn toe yesterday, but I still worked through it. And you all can too. Also, fuck. Oh man, breaking toes sucks. Like breaking toes, like there's just like nothing you can do for it other than like maybe like tape it. But then you're just like like that's it. How am I? I'm mad as hell. I'm just fucking furious. Are you gonna take it anymore, though? We'll see. Folks, let's jump into it, huh? Also, I'll take a risk and enable our alerts for this segment. Jack, I have a crush on you, and nice smile. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. That reminds me, holy shit, I need to work out more. Maybe some Baythok squats. I have no idea what that is, but that sounds cool. Also, all about that self-improvement. Like self-improvement books, I feel like really I feel like really ruined self-improvement as like a concept. You know? Turns out you can improve yourself for free. Hassan will be in Minneapolis tonight if you had a chance to link it. Oh, cool. Let's jump into it, shall we? So, folks, I know so much has been happening lately, but I thought this Bernie Sanders video that we're going to open this segment with does a really good job of just kind of succinctly crushing everything together into like a little pile that maybe we can like wrap our heads around a little bit more than a prolonged look at what's happening, because we'll get to the prolonged look at what's happening, but first let's just get the general overview. I think that can sometimes get lost in the shuffle of affairs, you know, the constant stream of bullshit we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis under Trump too. So let's take a look.
Very much for joining me. I wish I could cheer you up, but I can't.
Oof.
This is an unprecedented and dangerous.
1 second, why is this freaking out? Oh, a setting got whoopsie doodled. There we go. Got unwhoopsie doodled.
Moment in modern American history under a president who is increasingly unhinged and every day is moving us toward an authoritarian society with more and more power resting in his own hands. While the situation is frightening, I am absolutely confident that if we stand together and not let Trump and his friends divide us up, we can and will prevail. And the good news is that even more and more Republicans are understanding the folly of standing with Trump on both policy and political issues, as polls indicate that he is becoming more and more unpopular. Let's give Donald Trump credit for being straightforward. Last week, in an interview with the New York Times, when asked about what he considers to be the limits on his own power in terms of international affairs, he said, quote, "Yeah, there is one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me. I don't need international law," end quote. Trump says he doesn't need international law. And as a result, Trump believes he has the right to attack Venezuela without congressional approval, the right to threaten to go to war against Denmark, a long-standing NATO ally, in order to take over Greenland, and to threaten Mexico, Colombia, and even Canada. In other words, Trump is right. He has no respect for international law, which means that no other country on earth will have respect for international law. As a result, we will move to international anarchy.
I will say, I don't think that Bernie's understanding of this is 100% correct. I think that the United States as the world hegemon did not do a very good job adhering to international law. And I think that there are other countries that care a great deal more about international law than the United States does. And I think that those nations will continue to uphold, international law and attempt to come to a shared consensus with other like-minded nations on international law. But no longer will that international law be backed up by US military might, which is going to open the door to, China and Russia exerting their weight in ways that threaten democracy and freedom around the world, along with United States force projection. But I just think that, like, framing it as, well, no one will follow international law, I think is incorrect. A lot of nations are interested very much in upholding an international law. It's just that for a very long time, the world major powers, have not had any interest in doing so, unless it serves their own interest.
Where any act of violence, for whatever reason that any country or terrorist group thinks is acceptable, will be done. And that is a horrific situation. But it is not just his disregard for international law. It is his contempt for the Constitution of the United States and for the rule of law here at home. He has continued to illegally rescind money that Congress has appropriated for everything from education to climate change. He has denied funding to states that committed the crime of voting against him in an election. He has attacked federal courts that ignored court orders. He has sent FBI agents into a Washington Post reporter's home. He has attacked media which has not bent the knee toward him. He has withheld funding from universities whose curriculum he disagrees with. He is renaming federal buildings after himself. He is investigating his political opponents, including the conservative chairman of the Federal Reserve, multiple United States senators, and the Attorney General of the state of New York. And he is pressuring states to redraw congressional maps so that his favored candidates win. Donald Trump does not disagree with his opponents. He is attempting to destroy his opponents. In other words,
And, I kind of agree, Kiskara. I don't think that Bernie is making arguments, though. I don't think that, like, the point of this video is to make, an argument rather than to collect what is happening into one package. Does that make sense? Because, like, any one of these topics, someone can yammer about for an hour plus, easily. And he's just like, this is happening, and this shit is happening, and don't forget about this shit. I think his general point is just all of this is bad and is going to lead to more bad things. But he's trying to put it all together.
Plain and simple. When you add all of this up and more, Trump is undermining the foundations of American democracy and everything this country has stood for since its inception.
But I think in the process of gathering all of that together, he's making some not great arguments, but I think that's, like, secondary to his main point.
As bad as all of that is, we now have the situation in Minneapolis. An unarmed American citizen, Renee Good, was shot in the head by an ICE officer in broad daylight. Instead of demanding accountability for her killing, the Trump administration's first instinct was to lie, describing her as a domestic terrorist and offering the officer absolute immunity. This, by the way, as you may recall, is reminiscent of how the January 6th insurrectionists were redefined by Trump as peaceful protesters and pardoned. In other words, when people are trying to overthrow the government of the United States violently, they are peaceful protesters, they are pardoned. When a woman is sitting in her car and shot in the head, she is a domestic terrorist, and the guy who shoots her is pardoned. Instead of withdrawing ICE from the city of Minneapolis or reducing its presence because of this horrific act, the Trump administration has instead sent thousands more ICE agents into the city. It is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to bring the United States military into Minneapolis above and beyond the thousands of masked ICE agents who are already there. In other words, the Trump administration's response to peaceful protest is a military takeover of a major American city. This is not only an outrage unto itself, it sets a precedent for the U.S. military to be deployed domestically against Trump's perceived opponents. Meanwhile, in the midst of all of these moves toward authoritarianism, let's not forget that the billionaire class is getting richer and richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. Our healthcare system is collapsing, people can't afford housing, and grocery prices are still rising. 800,000 Americans are homeless in this country. Working families can't afford to feed their kids, and Trump is looking for a war with Denmark to annex Greenland. That is the world we are living in. So, where do we go from here? Just a few points. First, the American people are sick and tired of masked ICE agents shooting people, pulling them, dragging them from their cars, arresting and detaining children, and deporting people who have lived and worked peacefully in this country for decades. The American people want, and Congress must deliver, comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Second, we must continue in every legal and nonviolent way possible to oppose Trump's authoritarianism. I'm going to do all that I can here in the United States Senate. People have got to do all that they can in their own communities. Third, we must focus on the midterm elections next November. If we can defeat Republicans in the House and in the Senate, we can, to a very significant degree, slow down Trump's authoritarianism and put an end to his efforts to undermine American democracy. These are dangerous times, but we must never forget this. Real change has never come from the top on down. It has always come from ordinary people standing together, protesting, organizing, and fighting for justice. Democracy is not something that we inherit. It is something that we fight for. And if we do that, if we stay engaged, if we stay united, we will not only defeat authoritarianism and oligarchy, we will build a country that finally works for all of us, not just the few. Thank you very much.
So, I think that was a good refresher, but I think we're gonna cut that from the segment. I think I wanted to use it in a different way originally, and it just doesn't fit here. But I do think that was good. How we doing, folks? You doing all right? You eating good? Fuck the hair, I'm jelly. Yeah, I sprayed some product in it earlier, thinking I would let it down a lot sooner. And then I forgot and left it up. Oops. Oops! Do I sound quiet? I shouldn't sound quiet. I'm on the normal mic gain I'm usually on. This is about as loud as I can go at the moment. All right. Hopefully that's good. If not, oh well. Okay, sound good? Cool. Okay. There we go. All right. We're gonna restart that segment. So, folks, I want to talk about what is happening here in Minneapolis right now. It's getting real. This piece in The Verge was particularly interesting to me today, by Sarah Zhang, who, if you don't follow Sarah Zhang, she's doing really good coverage just in general over on The Verge. But the state attorneys general are as mad as you are, which, you know, it's a good piece. I recommend you all read it. I'm going to link it in chat here for you guys. To read in full. That is a huge link. Oof. Oof. Big link. Though I think if the big link is used... No, I can't. Ugh. It's a gift link to allow you guys to read it. But it won't fit in YouTube chat. I'm sorry. Well, either way. Link. There we go. There you go. It's a good piece. You all should read it. But what I was particularly taken with was Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General of Minnesota, talking about this action. Basically, the attorneys general of a bunch of different websites. A bunch of different websites. Sorry, I saw someone type lewd and I don't know why. Sanitize your links? No! I wanted to gift article it to you guys so you don't have to paywall it. I've tried to be nice. Alright. But a bunch of states attorneys general, Keith Ellison, does a great job. It's getting late here. I apologize. I'm so scattered. Let's see here. Just before the town hall, a reporter asked Ellison about the difficulties states faced in prosecuting federal agents like the ICE agent who shot Renee Good. Quote, the idea that they're absolutely immune is a misstatement of the law, and it is a dangerous misstatement of the law because I don't want any ICE agent or Border Patrol agent or any agent to think they can just kill people and then that's it, Ellison told the group of reporters. Then he asked rhetorically, what about Ruby Ridge? You ever heard of that one? Years after an FBI sniper shot Vicky Weaver at Ruby Ridge, the state of Idaho prosecuted the federal agent. The federal government went to bat for the agent, claiming that he was immune under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. The Ninth Circuit ruled that Idaho was allowed to prosecute the sniper. Similarly, Minnesota is also entitled to investigate and potentially prosecute the officer who shot Renee Good. But a different example loomed larger in Ellison's mind. The Boston Massacre of 1770, where British soldiers shot into a crowd, ultimately killing 5 people. It's not exactly analogous, but we're talking about local authorities in Boston prosecuting imperial agents of the colonial power, the central government in England, and they were prosecuted. 2 of them were convicted. John Adams actually represented a few of the imperial officers. The Boston Massacre, said Ellison, was obviously in the mind of the framers of the Constitution at the time the document was written. They were thinking about this event, and they would have never conceded the state's authority to prosecute a federal officer, said Ellison, going on to add, the states of the United States predate the United States. It is federal courts that are limited, not state courts. State courts have plenary power. And I just want to say, this is where we're at, folks. This is where we're at in Minnesota. Where we're at in Minnesota right now is the attorney general of the state is basically saying, yeah, we can prosecute anyone. We can prosecute agents of the British Crown. We can prosecute any federal agent. We can do it. Pow, pow, pow. We'll do it. It's good to see someone in the state government actually going to bat for us in Minnesota. Like it has been a lot of words and not a lot of action. And seeing Keith Ellison actually stand up and take action through the courts is at least something. Keith Ellison is corrupt. He's probably going to prison for fraud. Corrupt in what way? Does Minnesota have any Second Amendment open carry, folks? I'm not exactly up to date on the open carry laws in Minnesota. I've heard things about the Black Panthers getting involved in Minnesota. I've heard that too. But he's caught on video taking bribe money for the Feeding Our Future fraud. I don't think that's fucking true. Keith Ellison Feeding Our Future. Just out of curiosity. Bribery. Alright. Where is he on video doing this? Because I know that the person who headed up the fraud is trying to cozy up to the Trump administration and is trying to say that Walz and Ellison were in on it. But I have seen absolutely no video or audio of him taking bribes. That's a pretty big allegation. I haven't seen anything like that. Audio? So there's audio of him taking a bribe? Audio. Let's see.
Minnesota Republicans are demanding answers from the state's top prosecutor. Their questions come after newly obtained audio of a meeting between Keith Ellison and some business owners who were later convicted in the Feeding Our Future fraud. In that recorded meeting, the Attorney General can be heard pledging to help any way he could. WCCO's Adam Duxter breaks it all down and explains what the AG's office is saying.
As the convicted ringleader of the nation's largest pandemic fraud case waits to be sentenced in federal court, Amy Bach's attorney is still working.
She had a habit of just recording for records.
Kenneth Udobach says one recording in particular.
It would show that the Attorney General's office was aware of the contentious relationship between Feeding the Future, Ms. Bach, and MDE.
Of a December 2021 meeting with Attorney General Keith Ellison is drawing new scrutiny when several people now convicted in the Feeding Our Future scandal came to him saying they were part of a small business organization and asked for help.
I'm very concerned about it. I don't run the agencies.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But let me just finish by saying, but often the agencies call on my lawyers to represent them. When you tell me, hey, this is a problem, I call somebody and say, what's going on?
Weeks later, FBI agents raided Feeding Our Future's office and the investigation went public. Ellison's office contends he wasn't briefed by the FBI about the extent of their probe. And in a statement, Ellison's office says it's a shame that fraudsters tried to exploit his good faith, but say nothing came from the meeting.
There are a lot of questions that we have to answer.
Republican representatives.
Okay, so that doesn't actually show any kind of fraud. Having a meeting with people who got convicted when his office ran and the charges. Like, you understand, his office, the Attorney General of the state, was intimately involved in charging and convicting all of the people in the Feeding Our Future fraud. Like, the argument that, oh, they were in on it, they were getting kickbacks, that's not what any of that shows. Like, when was the audio recorded? This is the thing you're talking about. This was reported by local news literally, like, back in April. Yes, they've been prosecuting the fraud since, like, 2022. This audio came out in 2025. It doesn't show him taking a bribe. Like, this isn't a scandal if he had a meeting with people who then later got convicted. I like, what is the problem? Is the problem that criminals talked to him prior to getting convicted? Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, this seems like bullshit. Come on, Joe.
From medical professionals that so you know how safe harbor or safe haven is here to get people who are being picked up like that person?
Yes.
So the people that are injured really badly, or maybe other people too, we don't know how many people, are being taken out into the woods around the Whipple and released in the middle of the night, sometimes with no clothes, always with no phone, if they're brown, with no ID. And it's a death sentence. One of the people had a cracked skull that's been treated. So they're taking the people that they don't want us to know about and they're dropping them in the woods, which I've heard is something that they've been doing with Native Americans for a long time, and we're just continuing that tradition. But that is sickening me right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That is information that we have been trying to confirm here at Status Quo. Some of these harrowing stories. Please, if you can talk. Yeah, we can talk, Elena. Thank you for talking. Yeah, for talking to us out here, and thank you for being a source. We appreciate it.
From medical.
Yeah, this is deeply fucked up. Deeply, deeply fucked up. You obviously haven't been following the congressional hearings. No, but Hot Joe, I followed them enough to know that the congressional Republicans that run the House Oversight Committee called Nick fucking Shirley to the stand. And Nick Shirley, I watched his entire expose, and is full of shit. Ellison is in serious trouble. No, he's not. The audio and the accusations that were brought up in front of that House Judiciary panel are not at all going to stick to him, because this was already information that was known. And Nick Shirley testified under oath. Yeah, well then it's good for him that he's a fucking dipshit, and all of the things that he's saying he genuinely believes are true, when there's a lot of pretty obvious explanations for everything in his video. Did you know you can be a dipshit and testify under oath and still be wrong? Like, you know that when you take the oath, it doesn't mean all of the things you say are true, right? The oath just means you think they're true. Like, and 1,000+ whistleblowers in Minnesota? Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think that's bullshit, Joe. I think that's bullshit. I think that what is happening right now is that the whistleblowers include folks like Nick Shirley, dipshit, who cannot pronounce a word longer than 3 syllables, and Amy Bach, the person who did the fraud and is currently trying to ingratiate herself with the Trump administration so she can get a pardon. I don't find them to be credible. I don't find them to be credible at all. And all of the information that we have, the audio recording, has been public information for a long time, and nothing in it was incriminating. There have been over 1,000 whistleblowers in government, all Democrats. Hey, Hot Joe, I have looked that up. It's bullshit. Man, like, you live inside, like, a conservative bubble. Where, like, an actual, like, person with cognitive issues, like Nick Shirley, who's barely able to dribble words out of his mouth, convinces you. Like, you need to break out of that bubble, man. It's got a chokehold on you. Name the whistleblowers. Hot Joe, I've been down this path before, and I can either waste like 2 hours talking with you, and at the end of it having learned nothing of value and proven myself right. Or I could just carry on with this. He interviewed a guy who brought the receipts. Hot Joe, do you know who that guy was? Do you know who that guy in that video was? Because I do. Do you know who he was? Dave? Yeah, do you know who Dave was? Joe, do you have any idea who Dave is? Don't know his last name. Huh. Why are you believing him at face value? He's just a guy named Dave brought into a Nick Shirley video. Because he followed the money. Well, Dave, I got news for you, because I spent 3 hours thoroughly debunking this. Dave is actually a right-wing lobbyist who works for the Minnesota GOP, Dave. That's what Dave does. Dave is literally a guy whose career is based upon lobbying the Minnesota GOP to take away gambling rights from Native Americans. That's who Dave is. Dave's entire political existence is fear-mongering about indigenous people and immigrants. And Dave also has a long social media history of calling all Somali people fraudsters and all Somali people demons. Because Dave is a racist whose entire lobbying career is based on spewing lies to gin up racist responses from people like you, Joe. Dave's entire job is finding con marks like you. So it's all a conspiracy? It's not a conspiracy, it's just not happening. Like, Joe, would you want to put your kids in a daycare where they let random men off the street come in to look at children? Would you put your kids in a daycare like that, Joe? Where's the money? It goes to pay the employees. The employees get paid to watch the kids. The daycares aren't real. I live in Minneapolis, Joe. I've seen kids go into those daycares. You fucking racist sack of shit, Joe. You saw a guy get denied walking in off the street saying, I want to see kids, with 6 dudes in ski masks behind him. And you're like, why won't they let him see the kids? They must not have kids in there. Hey, Joe, do you know a lot of those daycares they went to outside of operating hours, meaning that even the employees weren't there yet? Were you aware of that? Were you aware that some of these places didn't open until later in the day, and Nick Shirley happened to arrive before they were open? Huh, isn't that weird, Joe? Isn't that strange? Nick, Joe, isn't it weird that despite the fact that all of this fraud was found, that no charges have been brought against any of these groups? Isn't it weird, Joe, that, like, Dave brought the receipts, and yet the receipts also included violations? Hey, Joe, do you know how violations are found against daycares? Joe, do you know how violations are found against daycares? Just out of curiosity, do you know how violations are found? Just out of curiosity. Do you know? He's asking AI what to say. If he did, he'd sound a lot smarter. There's a double standard in daycare. Short answer, yes. Oh, so you do know how they like find violations. Joe, how do they find violations at daycares? They cost them in person. I don't, Joe, can you give that sentence another try? They visit them in person. Exactly. They send an inspector to the daycare. They send someone to inspect the daycare, the same way they send, like, food inspectors to restaurants to give them a grade. And Joe, what happens when they find a violation at one of these daycares? What happens when they find a violation? Depends on if it's Somali run or not, unfortunately. No, it doesn't, Dave. Sorry, Dave. Sorry, Joe. It doesn't depend on if it's Somali run or not. What happens when they find a violation? Joe, what happens when they find a violation? Just answer the question. If you are incapable of answering pretty basic questions to walk through this, then I have to ban you. Like, I have a limit for how stupid I'm capable of interacting with people. You are riding that line, and I need you to be able to answer the questions. Like, I understand it's late, but you gotta be able to answer basic questions. So, Joe, what happens when they find a violation? They don't treat all daycares equally. That's why I can't No, it's not a loaded question. It's not a difficult question, Joe. I'm going to give you one more chance. What happens when the state finds a daycare in violation of some kind of policy or regulation? This isn't a trick question, and it doesn't depend on the daycare, Joe. What is the answer? The very obvious answer that you know and you're dodging right now. I'm going to give you one more chance. It's a pretty basic ask, and I think the reason you're dodging this is because you are a fucking racist. And I want you to get the fuck out of this area. But maybe you can prove me wrong by just answering a very basic question, Joe. What happens when a daycare violates a state law or regulation like this? I'm not racist. I don't. Oh, you don't know the answer. But there are double standards. It's been proven. Well, I'm glad that you answered the question. You don't know it. Okay, that's fair. So if you don't know the answer to the question, how do you know that there are double standards? And how do you know that those double standards are proven if you can't even answer that basic question? So, what are the double standards? And if it's proven, how come you can't answer that question? For someone who's just telling it like it is, like Joe, sure taking a while to get some responses. I watched the congressional hearing. I'll give you an example. The congressional hearing isn't the evidence. Like, I don't think you understand how congressional hearings work. Hey, Nisaba. Welcome. Hope you make yourself cozy and comfy. And I totally sympathize. It's hard to sleep these days. I don't even think he's trying. Yeah, I'm getting bored, Joe. In a daycare in southern Minneapolis, they got fined leaving chapstick out. At other daycares, they just cut checks with no oversight. Okay, number one, there are no daycares in this state that have no oversight. Just number one, they all get inspected. Number two, yeah, you can get fined for leaving chapstick out because children at daycares are young enough to eat the chapstick, and that can be toxic depending on what is in the chapstick. If you leave out a bunch of toxic material that a child could eat, yeah, you get fined for that. Kind of like if you don't child-proof like the electrical outlets, that you can get fined for that because children can electrocute themselves. So, like, that's why. There are fraudulent daycare that have taken millions. Joe, if they're getting millions of dollars, the state looks at where the money goes and they send inspectors there. And Joe, if they find violations, that means an inspector went there and saw children and saw things being done wrong and issued fines that needed to be corrected. Like, that's how this works, Joe. You're missing the point. No, you're not understanding the point. The point is, you're saying these daycares are fraudulent. They're not. They have kids in them. You're saying they don't have kids. That's just not true. And you're saying, oh, well, the state has illegal ones that they send millions of dollars to. They don't have illegal daycares that they send millions of dollars to. The state knows where they send the money, Dave. You absolute dingus. Like, you can't just, like, have a P.O. box and say it's a daycare, Dave. Joe, I keep calling you Dave. Joe. Like, they will check. They do unannounced inspections, Joe. They send people unexpectedly to the daycares, Joe. Are you, like, real question right now, are you, like, are you a little bit high? Like, are you smoking, like, a little bit of weed, Joe? Because that would make this a far more digestible conversation, and, like, I could at least excuse, like, some of the lack of insight here. They actually have P.O. boxes they claim are transportation companies. That's because you can run a transportation company out of a P.O. box. There's a difference between a transportation company and a daycare, Joe. With a transportation company, you don't need a storefront, Joe. You don't need a space. You just need a vehicle. I can't believe you're this stupid. Did you watch that Nick Shirley video and think, huh, none of these people are even doing healthcare in here, in a building dedicated to home healthcare offices? Did you also watch that part of the video and you thought it was really compelling? Please, Joe, don't tell me you're that stupid, Joe. Joe, did you watch the second half of that goddamn Nick Shirley video and think that the home healthcare shit was compelling? Like, I know people who work in the state government, Joe. I know people who oversee like the flow of cash, and I know that they have like multiple ways of checking if the money is going to a legitimate company or not. Joe, in the original like Somali fraud video, the second half of it, they go to a home healthcare building. You know exactly what I'm talking about if you are this opinionated about it. Don't get like fucking like shifty on me now. No, Joe, I just know that there are multiple ways that they check if a company is legit or not. And when there are children involved, that goes like double. Joe, I need you to answer the question. Well, I'm not racist. Where did you get that? I get it from the fact that you are like uncritically buying this idea that all Somalis are fraudsters and that you watched that Nick Shirley video and thought it was really compelling. And literally the only way someone could find that Nick Shirley video compelling is if they were a racist. And I know that because I have the misfortune of having gone through that video meticulously. I never said that. Joe, I need you. Okay, I'm getting bored with this, and you're too stupid for words. So I need you to answer the question. When Nick Shirley talks about home health care in that video, the original video, did you think that all of those home health care services were frauds? Because no one was getting health care in there? I never said all Somalis were fraudsters. You watched a video made by a lobbyist whose entire career is based on fear-mongering and scaremongering about specifically indigenous people and Somali people. And you said, yeah, this seems legit. Like, even if you don't believe one for one what that guy believes, you fell for every single fucking thing he put out there. But I need you to answer the question, did you watch that Nick Shirley video and see the part about home health care? The home healthcare companies are ripe with fraud. Okay, so you agree with Nick Shirley in that video. Do you think that it was fraudulent because no one in the building was getting healthcare? Because the hallways in the office building were empty? Is that what you think the fraud is? In many cases, yes, the businesses are taking the money and not using it for home health care. Okay, but in order to do that, that means that the people who are then hiring these businesses to do home health care would know that they're not getting health care, Joe. Also, do you know how home health care works, Joe? Why are you guys obsessing over race? Fraud is fraud. Because you're the one who said there's a double standard based on the race of the people running the business, Joe. They're not getting home health care. Joe, what do you think home health care is? What do you think home health care is, Joe? The government has double standards? Oh, so the government is just okay when black people do crimes? Is that what you think, Joe? Where people receive healthcare in their home. So, Joe, you got it right. Did Nick Shirley demonstrate that kind of fraud in his expose? Or is this the kind of thing where you just think it happens a lot? The Democrats court the Somalis as a single voting bloc. They are permissive / complicit in fraud. No, Joe, that's not how that works at all. Like the idea that you're like, yes, you see how it works is Democrats let Somalis do crime without any kind of recompense. How do you just out of curiosity, how do you square the circle of like everyone with the feeding our future fraud that has been caught, with the exception of Amy Bach being Somali? Wait, was that Democrats just said, well, we're gonna do this one time, we're gonna prosecute Somali folk for a crime? It's crazy. So I also love that, like, this would take the complicity of, like, basically every level of the Democratic Party in order to pull off. And Joe's just like, yeah, no, Democrats love it when Somalis do fraud. They prosecute a fraction of the fraud and keep the gravy train going. Uh-huh. So you think, in effect, in Minnesota, Somali residents have a blank check to do crime? So you think that, like, Somali folks in Minnesota would, say, be disproportionately unprosecuted for their crimes? In a way, yes. What do you mean, in a way, Joe? Well, they can't get away with violent crime, but white collar crime, sure. Hey, Joe, out of curiosity, who gets away demographically way more when it comes to white collar crime? Can you think of a group of people in the United States who might generally be treated with a slap on the wrist when it comes to white collar crime? Democrats? No, I'm thinking a little bit broader than, like, political parties, Joe. When it comes to, like, a racial category, since you're talking about Somalis already, what racial group might be getting away with exponentially more fraud than Somali folks per capita? The Somali fraud is the biggest fraud in US history? Joe, you're not really answering the question. Which racial demographic gets away with exponentially more fraud? Joe, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Which racial group gets away with more fraud than Somali groups? I did answer the Somali fraud. Yeah, I'm not asking you which is the biggest. I know you're having difficulty understanding because you're so fixated on the race issue. Um, what racial demographic does per capita the most fraud crime? White collar fraud crimes. I don't know, tell me. Wait, Joe, you're the expert on fraud here. You're the one who brought up all of the fraud allegations. Joe, which racial group does the most crime when it comes to fraud? You'll have to tell me. It's white men, Joe. It's white people. White people do the most white collar crime in America per capita. Also, Joe, just as an FYI, $9 billion is not the largest fraud in U.S. history. That would go to Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, which constituted a fraud of around $16.5 billion. And yeah, it's just really interesting who you choose to fixate on as like being given a blank check to get away with fraud, when the reality is white people get away with way more white collar fraud crimes. So weird how that works, huh? But you know what? Despite being the majority population in Minnesota, what an interesting little chart we found here. Racial disparities in Minnesota prison and jail incarceration rates. It kind of seems like white people are being given a pass on a lot of different crimes. Not just fraud. Kind of seems like disproportionately, like, black and indigenous people are incarcerated. Despite the fact that, by and large, both communities commit crimes roughly on the same rate as white people. That's so weird, Joe. I guess it must be because Tim Walz is white. It must be because Tim Walz is white, all of the whites are being given a pass to do fraud. That must be it. Except, wait a minute, this problem also seems to be on like a national level. Does that mean Donald Trump is giving white men the pass when it comes to doing fraud? Interesting. Well, this was a fun rabbit hole to go down. And Joe, this is just very specifically for you. Do me a favor, fill your pockets with some rocks and walk into the nearest body of water. I think you might find some cool stuff down there. Open your eyes, take a look around for a little bit. You might find like an abandoned car or something down there. I wish you the best, sightseeing and whatnot. You'll probably find some more fraud down there too. Best of luck, Godspeed. And just before you walk in, be aware, you will not see God on the other end of that. All right. That was a horrible waste of all of our time, and I apologize. Thank you for indulging me, though. Hypothetically, look, I'm just giving some sightseeing advice. Rat Daddy Yo, it is true that ICE has been trying to suppress people in Minnesota, but they are not succeeding. Folks are organizing in ways never believed possible. That's the meanest I've ever heard, Cap'n Jack. That's because I don't have tolerance for racists. Like, I would love if every fucking racist in the Twin Cities area followed that line of advice I gave Joe. I don't have patience for that type of shit. This playing cute with racism is fucking disgusting. The contempt I have for these people is impossible to put into words. And frankly, I think that the world would be better off with fewer racists. I think that would be good. And the good news is that racists can stop being racist. And so I do sincerely hope that they choose to stop being racist. But in the off chance that they don't, there's some cool sightseeing places at the bottom of different lakes and rivers in the area, and like they're welcome to go check those out. the unintentional ironic zeal of MAGA going after fraud. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't fucking have patience for these guys who are like, Tim Walz and Somali fraud. They fucking prosecuted the fraud. The only reason you know about the Feeding Our Future fraud is because they prosecuted it and they got the people who did it. These fucking dipshits. And then they see like the dumbest man they've ever seen in their lives, who can barely string fucking words together. Say, well, I found this guy named Dave, and Dave has all the receipts. Let's go look at children. And then they like go to around like the Twin Cities area, harassing like non-white folks. And then they're like, and you could see they wouldn't let me see the kids. So that means there must not be kids in there. Oh, there's no one in this office building getting home health care. No one here getting health care. Must be fraud. I'm gonna arbitrarily say it's $9 billion in fraud. What does benevolent mean? Oh well. We found fraud. Watch I'm the most viewed video on X. Like, he's genuinely like the intellectual level of a plankton, you know, like just nothing going around in there. It's crazy. Like, you think I might be like exaggerating for effect, but like genuinely Nick Shirley is a dumb sack of shit. I'm gonna jump to a random point in this interview where Nick Shirley says something, and you guys tell me that like he isn't just like the dumbest man you've ever seen in your life. Let's see here. Cool.
Or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOP. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of I'm gonna join a caravan. Like, I'm gonna join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No,
but
it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm gonna go to El Salvador. I'm gonna go speak to people. I'm gonna find a caravan and I'm gonna go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man, is like, on that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility?
I also want you to know, when it comes to Nick Shirley,
All right, so normally and historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview, so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences, or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Wait, are there going to be cuts in this or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it was just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah.
This man couldn't even say Minnesota. He couldn't even fucking say the name of my state. They had to eliminate 30 goddamn minutes because he was just sitting there silently in between his words and phrases. This is the guy that people like Joe are like, oh, he revealed so much fraud. This man could barely put together fucking sentences, man. He's like one step above a root vegetable. A goddamn tuber of a human.
So my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke. Probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline. And it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5cast we've conducted so far. From Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Jan DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the the West Wing of the White House.
You know, we aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin. I heard you also made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content. And so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture all of you guys with 5 other versions of that conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being committed in Minnesota is by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, the 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do with Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying.
I find Andrew Callahan's point of view interesting. And I have no doubt that that was his intention going into this, but I find that difficult to stomach, I guess, when Nick Shirley's work has brought a fucking hammer down on my community. I can accept his brain is Fetterman or whatever, but does that suggest he's being exploited as well? There is like a kind of subtle implication in a lot of his work that he might be like it sounds like he was homeschooled, number one, and number two, his mom is his camera person, and so there's like maybe an element here of like child showbizness going on. It's very weird. So, yeah, I don't know. But all that being said, I do want to say this absolute sack
I'm here
of
in
shit
Washington,
went and testified in front of Congress about this.
D.C., and today I will be testifying in front of Congress. How this works is I will be testifying right here. Each person will have 5 minutes to testify. And then up here you have all of the congressmen and congresswomen. They also will have their time as well. And I'm going to be talking about the widespread fraud that's been happening inside the United States and in Minnesota, as you guys.
Again, all he did was go to daycares and say, oh, they aren't going to show us the kids, or no kids here. Did he go to a public school? Damn. Which public school? So no one else could go.
I exposed the open and blatant fraud that's taking place inside of Minnesota. And so therefore I'm here to testify about that. And what will happen is each one of these congressmen will have then 5 minutes to go and ask me questions. And there'll be a clock on one of these screens, and for 5 minutes I have to answer all questions that are directed to me. It's almost like a shot clock in a basketball game where you have to go until the timer runs out. And really quick, the Quality Leering hoodies are live on the website, Shirley Defense.
So cool.
And we the people have had enough of our hard-earned money going.
Bitch, you don't even go to this school. You're not even from Minnesota.
Going towards fraudsters as if it's no big deal. As I speak here, I want to ask everyone a question. How much do we trust when we pay our taxes it's going to benefit our nation? People erupted during the Boston Tea Party over just a few percentages as they believed they were being taxed without representation. Nowadays, we have the representation, but do we trust our representatives? My name is Nick Shirley, and I made a 41-minute video that I posted on platforms like X and YouTube. My video received over 100 million views, and it created instant change within our government. As the federal government launched investigations and departments such as Health and Human Services froze over $185 million in child care funding until businesses can prove they are legitimate businesses. I actually became aware of the fraud that was happening in Minnesota in June of 2025 as I was there for a separate video in Minnesota and started reaching out to me, asking me if I was making a video on the fraud. I said, well, what fraud? And this lady, she was a real estate agent, and she says, well, I'm having a hard time selling my properties because people are curious about these assisted livings that are popping up next door to some of the houses that we're buying or the home health care clinics that are popping up, and we don't know who's next to these houses that we're trying to sell. And I said, well, I'm not going to come and make a video if I don't have any proof. So therefore, I left Minnesota, and I continued to look for fraud in the best way I could. And as I was getting my own information, a man by the name of David reached out to me, and he said, hey, I have been investigating this fraud for years now. I have been driving by these child care centers. I have never seen a single child, and I have received information from the state of Minnesota as to how much money these places are receiving.
Yeah, Dave, a totally normal 60-year-old man driving around and around fucking daycare centers. I wonder why they won't let him see children at them.
I said, great, let me come to Minnesota and we'll make this video about potential fraud that was taking place inside.
Well, I've never seen kids there, and, you know, I'm also a known racist who works with the Minnesota GOP, but you should trust me, I found fraud.
In Minnesota, we go to a daycare, and I'm instantly surprised by what we see. We arrived, and it was an industrialized building, and there was 2 daycares registered at that daycare, at that building. And the first thing I noticed is all the windows are blacked out, and
yes, so that strange men like yourself can't look in at the children. That's by design, you ding-dong.
there's no footprints in the snow of any children. There's no playgrounds or anything.
It had just snowed. The businesses weren't open. He arrived before anyone was there. God damn it.
That would make it look like it's a child care. But above me, a sign read, open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. But there was nobody there.
Yeah, because the hours were different than what the sign says, which happens sometimes.
Doorbell did not even work. And then we continued to go to other daycares and we noticed the same pattern. No children, blacked out windows, and one daycare, a learning center, spelled Quality Learning Center instead of Quality Learning Center. They had.
That's not evidence of fraud. Man, you misspeak constantly. You can't hold that against other people who are learning English as a second or even third language.
Received $1.9 million, yet with that $1.9 million, they could not even spell Leering right on their sign. Governor Walz has said he's been fighting fraud in Minnesota since 2019 and said the buck stops with him. However, how long would it take for you to notice $1 million leaving your bank account and not knowing where it's going? That's essentially what had been happening in Minnesota for years as billions.
That's not what has been happening in Minnesota. You had documentation. You showed documentation in the video of inspectors finding violations at these facilities, which means there were kids there, you ding-dong.
Of dollars has been misplaced. And meanwhile, while people like Governor Tim Walz call people like me a white supremacist, delusional conspiracy theorist, he actually decided to drop out of re-election.
A white supremacist.
Because I believe.
Yeah, man. Quality Learning Center. Yeah, totally a reason to suspect fraud. Calling yourself a white supremacist, is that reason to suspect you of fraud?
Of how deep and extensive this fraud is. Thank you very much. Since my reporting, The HHS department froze over $185 million, and to this day, not a single business has been able to prove proof of legitimacy.
That's so weird, man. Not a single business in the entire state. All of the state's daycares were fraudulent. That's so weird. Seems almost so weird that it could be a lie.
How fast would you be proving that you are a legitimate business if you have children to actually feed and to take care of? You'd be sending in that paperwork instantly. I made this video to document the widespread fraud that has been taking place, as I truly believe all fraud is bad. And people like me, my generation, we're sick of seeing tax dollars go towards fraud. We just want.
You know what people of our generation really love seeing? Untold millions and millions and millions and even billions of dollars being spent on deploying several thousand ICE agents to the Twin Cities area as a result of this video, and those billions of dollars being used to kidnap children and shoot mothers in the face. That's a much better use of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Nick Shirley. It's so great here now. You've truly created a utopia here where non-white people are afraid to leave their homes and go to the grocery store for fear of being kidnapped by masked men with guns. What a great scenario that's currently playing out.
Want to have the same opportunities that our fathers and our grandparents had. And when you see people making millions of dollars by committing fraud, it upsets everybody from all age demographics. And so I hope today we can have a good conversation, and I think we can all agree that fraud is bad. And that
Also, I want to really reiterate, none of what he just elaborated on constitutes fraud. None of what he just put out there. A business was closed? They wouldn't let you see children there? You, a random dipshit? Why, surely they'd let just about anybody in, and don't call me Shirley.
fraud is fraud, and I wish the best for our country, and I think that's what needs to be happening, is to crack down on all forms of fraud. So thank you for having me, and God bless the USA.
God, I'm done with this. It's so infuriating. This fucking piece of dipshit. Holy shit, he knows the word demographics? Yeah. Wow, Joe was right the whole time. Yeah, we really got told, huh? Oh, God. Well, folks, we've been going for about 7 hours, and I'm exhausted and didn't get to finish this segment because racist dipshits kept coming in here, and I'm upset about it. But if you've gotten anything out of the stream, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and consider supporting the stream with those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this kind of stream possible. Couldn't do it without you guys, and could not put up with people this racist in my current frame of mind unless I had your support. So thank you all. I'm glad I'm entertaining. Like, I gotta be honest, I've been fucking furious today. Okay? I just wanna say, before we end, wanted to highlight what's going on here. All right, here we go. So, folks, I just wanted to say the kind of solidarity we're seeing here in Minneapolis and Minnesota at large is nothing short of groundbreaking and incredible. Um, all of the national orgs like Indivisible are throwing in and throwing down here in Minneapolis. There seems to be this understanding that the situation here is untenable and that this is in fact the kind of the ground zero that sets the, I guess, terms of what is going to happen in the country at large. And there's an understanding here in Minnesota that we need to fight this in order for this administration to back off of the rest of the country. And we will do our part. We will fight these evil invaders. We will oppose them at every turn. We will, if we have to, deny them our bathrooms. We will deny them any and all succor, and we will let them shit themselves in rage. And you know, as I write this, it's as I say this, it's 4:45 in the morning on January 23rd. Today's the day that basically every union in Minnesota has announced that they are going on strike. This is an unprecedented action within my lifetime, possibly within a lot of your lifetimes. The workers of Minneapolis and Minnesota are on the job, on the line rather, and it is going to be blisteringly cold. Just taking a look right now, the temperature outside as I speak is negative 21 degrees, and the wind chill is negative 40. It is very cold outside. And that is not going to stop a lot of folks here in Minnesota from going out and protesting. There's going to be a march through Minneapolis to resist ICE. There is going to be a show of solidarity, and I'm proud. I'm proud of the people who live here. Yeah, the 70s was the last time there was a large general strike here in Minnesota. But every AFL-CIO affiliated union in the state has joined in and banded together. And it is really, really impressive to see this level of coordination. I did not expect it. When I initially saw that some unions were calling for one, I was like, well, let's wait and see. And then the Minnesota Federation of AFL-CIO unions threw down, and they represent, hundreds of unions. And the Minnesota State AFL-CIO also endorsed it. So basically, all 1,750 plus unions are participating in the state. And not only that, they're also organizing. Like the unions are organizing supplies. I wanted to just highlight this story from In These Times, which talks about Local 17, right? And specifically, one of the workers at Local 17 who is delivering food to different members of the union who cannot go and do their jobs. I don't know if you can see that well here. ICE is attacking everybody, she says, and so she gets up every day and she's been delivering these boxes of food to folks who are too afraid to leave their homes. This is what everyday Minnesotans are doing. A lot of folks are doing the same. They're helping in any way they can. And that is not to say that doing like a general strike like this is easy. It is not. But what this does demonstrate is that we have the capacity to coordinate. We have the organization ability to support one another, and that if need be, we are willing to do it for longer and longer periods of time. And all of this to say that this has now grown quite a bit. You know, initially it was just Minnesota, right? But then that grew and grew and grew and grew. And we are now looking at a coordinated effort, not just of Minneapolis, not just of Minnesota, but of 215 cities across the United States. This is likely the largest labor action any of us have ever seen. And it, you know, it stirs my heart a little bit. And I know that as Americans, a lot of us have been feeling pretty lacking in pride. But I gotta say, seeing fellow workers across this country rise up and say that what is happening here is not right and that we will all stand together, I think that's something special. I think that's something pretty goddamn wonderful. And I think that's something that scares them because they can't stop us. And it's pretty cool to see. You know, they might have their Stephen Miller, you know, wannabe dick shit pieces of filth. But I'll take any union worker over Stephen Miller any day. Any day. These white supremacist pieces of garbage that have infested Washington, D.C., they are worthless people. They have sold themselves out and they have prevented their own brains, their own minds from being able to understand or perceive reality by trapping themselves inside this bubble of complete paranoia and fear and smallness. They trap themselves in there because they just want someone to blame for their problems. They can't create anything because that takes work, and their hands have never done work. They have never gotten a callus. They have never actually sweated and bled for anything in their lives. But workers sweat and bleed all the time. And a lot of folks are ready to start sweating and bleeding for a higher calling to stand against these evil masked men who now roam our streets trying to abduct our children and kill our mothers and disappear our neighbors. Not because there's any financial incentive, not because there's a direct benefit for any one of us, but because it's the right thing to do. And I think that's something that the Stephen Millers of this world could never understand. Because they have no concept of what the right thing to do is. They have no ability to perceive the fact that they are evil. And they have no desire to try and change and stop being evil. And so it falls to us that we need to stand up and we need to organize and we need to fight them and we need to beat them. We need to beat them so badly that we salt the fields of their ideology so it can never flourish here again. And then we need to build something better than what came before. Something better than what led us here. And I think that what is going to happen today is going to be one of the first big steps towards that goal. Because there's a better world waiting for all of us when we coordinate together. We could have Medicare for all. We could have housing for all. No one should be freezing to death or overheating to death in the United States. No one should be starving to death. No one should be hurting for food. No one should be homeless. No one should be without what they need to live in a modern society. We are the wealthiest nation that has ever existed. And despite the fact that our leadership right now is trying to, self-immolate the entire national apparatus of America, underneath everything else, there is still this democratic structure that we can make use of. And if enough of us get together, we can make anything possible. And so we will fight them. And we're gonna fucking beat them. Because at the end of the day, they are losers. And they've always been losers. And they know that. They know that deep down in their hearts. They know that deep down in, their toes. From the tip to the toes. And so we'll beat them. But it takes each and every one of us to do our part, to do what we can do to push this forward as far and as long as we can. It is a job that will never be done, but we are workers, and we're good at doing jobs. So, folks, I want everyone to be safe out there today. I want everyone to be supportive out there today. I want you to do what you can, wherever you are, to support folks who are going out. And I want you guys to take hope from today. And I want this to be the first step we take towards getting justice for all the people that this administration has hurt and killed and disappeared. The people behind this will have their day in court. We will see justice, and we will demand justice. Do it to beat these bastards. Do it to better your life. Do it to help your neighbor. Do it because it's right. So let's fucking get to work. Thanks for the inspiration. Hey, you know what? What's a strike without a rousing speech, huh? God. Caked up. The one thing I will say about the ICE recruitment stuff that I found very funny is that giant bonus they've been waving around, you have to work for ICE for like 5 years to get it. So good fucking luck to these chuckle nuts. Ahaha, ignorant skank, you are not relevant to anything American, big mouth, no intelligence. Misspelled, leftist scum, America is taking back Washington. I don't know, if I was so irrelevant, I don't think you'd be here. So, thanks for validating me. Just got here, missed the whole stream. It was a good stream, except for the parts where I really got derailed by some racist pieces of trash. In 5 years, I should be abolished. Yeah, not a single one of those damn losers should see that check. Well, folks, if you got anything out of today's stream, please drop those subs and donos, memberships, etc. Like it, and let's keep going, folks. I am gonna go crash. but I appreciate y'all. One last thing. Okay, you know what? Worth it. When asked how she and JD found time to make a fourth baby, Usha said, "You just have to find the right time and ensure the mood is right." Is that why she's dressed like the sofa? Now we know their secret. She only needs to dress like this, like a sofa, to help JD get it off. Oh my god, she is dressed like the sofa. Fuck. Is it AI? No! Okay. It's fair, but it is funny. I just think anyone in ICE should be charged with treason. Tanak Rune, I agree with you. The sofa queen? Indeed. I wanted so badly for that to be real. I wanted it to be real too. But you know, sometimes, if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. We learned that AI can be ethical from Martha Root. That's true. We did learn that there are some marginal use cases for AI. We did learn that.
A little palate cleanser with Lucy Darling, comedian who dons a 1940s aesthetic and accent and reads her audience.
Well, that sounds fun. And Uncle Gumball, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs and for being the first person in like 3 hours to support the
Everybody's
stream.
so cute. And then there's the gays. Are you two a couple? Yes. Do you know you're wearing matching outfits? Is it on purpose? No. Okay, because it's fucked up. How did you both leave the house in the, like, literally, both? Can you guys stand up, please? Turn around. We dub you Sir Narcissist.
It gets worse.
It gets worse? How does it get worse? You're wearing the same chains.
Yes.
Oh my god. I am embarrassed to be near you. And so, how did this happen?
That's my name.
What's your name, my love?
Steven.
Steven. Are you also Steven?
No. Oh my god.
We should just end the show right now. This is the best it's ever gonna be. Everybody's so cute.
That okay, that was pretty great. She presided over their wedding? That's wonderful. There's the sequel?
Uh-oh,
Okay.
I think I know you two, don't I? You guys came back for more?
Yeah, we did.
You are gluttons from punishment. Can you come up? So one of the things they were here in, they were in New York.
I know.
They were in New York.
We're new. We got new shirts now.
Isn't this Steven?
So different.
It's so cute. It's so cute. I'm so happy I shamed you into being less creepy. I like this.
The show worked.
It was so good. See, this is the little bit of joy I bring to you. So the Stevens, they are a couple, and they are both named Steven. And when they came to the show in New York, they wore the same f***ing outfits. And it freaked me right out. I didn't like, but they fixed it. Thank you so much. You're so cute. You do still have the same. What? It gets worse than.
Our jobs.
There's additional information.
There's additional information.
Kate, can you hold my hand while I find this out? What also is creepy?
We work for the same company.
You work for the same company.
We have the same job title.
We do, yeah.
And the same desk.
It's so great. At least they save on printing business cards. What is the job title?
Digital product owner.
Digital product owner. I think we're all digital product owners. It is 2025. What does a digital product owner mean?
We manage digital products at Southwest.
You at Southwest, like the airline?
Fly.
Oh, so it's not going great right now. Is that why you couldn't afford to buy the same outfit anymore?
Fun. Thank you. That was lovely. That was a great way to like wrap up stream a little bit. I enjoyed that a lot. Thank you. God, it sounds so weird. All right, folks. I am exhausted. Thank you for supporting the show, everybody. And I will see you later today. Bye, everybody. Goodbye. Fare thee well.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. that we shall overcome someday.